Alright. Man, I love that music. Isn't that good? Welcome everyone. Welcome back. This is our third attempt at not having a stream take a total dump. But we should be okay now. Hello. Hope everything looks good. I'm just gonna turn on the lights actually. There we go. That's a bit better. So yeah, Slitherine is online right now. They're just playing some other game that, you know, just to warm up the stream and get some people to tune in and have a chance to kind of tune in the first place. So yeah, we're just gonna chill. We're gonna go over to their stream in just a moment. Let's just wait for people to be, you know, get the possibility to tune in first. Warfare Lose Let. What's up, man? How you doing, dude? How's everyone doing? And for all of you that are watching this after this live stream ends and this video goes live, welcome to the channel. If you're into RTS games and all that kind of stuff, you will definitely feel at home over here. So what do we have today? Well, there's quite a big schedule. So we'll be here for about 3 hours actually. So first of all, the schedule that you're seeing here is in GMT time zones. So if you're in the UK, these time zones are correct. If you're in the Netherlands or Central Europe, or pretty much the rest of Europe really, just add 1 above this. So right now it is 16:36. So they have started with their Master of Magic pre-release show, and they will start the broadcast at 1700 GMT plus 1. So for me that is another 23 minutes. So they will start with Warhammer 40k games, which is actually really exciting as well. They have a lot of Warhammer 40k titles, and they release frequent updates, so it's kind of nice. After that, Starship Troopers Terran Command. If all looks well, I might do a series on this game as well. That, you know, it's actually quite exciting. Apart from that, then we have a short break. We move over to Distant Worlds 2, which is kind of like this 4X space RTS game with like lots of politics and all that stuff. Not my kind of game. I simply don't have too much time to dive into those kind of games. But if you're into that, stay tuned for that. Headquarters World War II. Now this is a game that is quite similar in terms of overall gameplay to Men of War. So I'm actually really excited for this one. This could be a really good one as well. Field of Glory Kingdoms. I actually haven't checked this game out, so that could be interesting. And after the second break, we have Ancient Arenas, Chariots. Literally all about chariot racing in the Roman times, which could be fun, who knows. And then finally we have Broken Arrow. That is their finale for their live stream. I'm really excited for this one, obviously. So we have, I hope, more than half an hour of Broken Arrow content, but we'll have to wait and see, I guess. Yeah, that's gonna be good. So that is at 7:20 p.m. Central European time. Alright, so 19:20 p.m. So for me, that is another about 3 hours, 2 hours and 50 minutes or so. Broken Arrow. Yeah, I'm excited for Broken Arrow, man. There has been a lot of RTS games that came out. Like, let's go back to the end of Wargame. So Wargame Red Dragon came out that, you know, was back in 2014. We played that for so long, until like 2018 or so? 2017? No. Even, yeah, about 2017, 2018. Because that's when, you know, the Steel Division titles slowly started popping up. They had also Active Aggression in the meantime. Unfortunately, didn't work out. So Steel Division took us back into World War II, which was a fun surprise. It was, you know, it was something new. Steel Division 1, or Normandy 44, had its issues, but they solved these in Steel Division 2. Steel Division 2 was a ton of fun to play. But, you know, people still liked the modern warfare, so... But still, it did really good. And then came Wargame, Warno, which is currently in early access, and this goes back to the Cold War era. But other than that, like, in the realm of RTS games, there hasn't been much going on, which is kind of sad. Alright, let's see what Slitherine is doing over here.
Game.
All right, so we're out of time. So I just wanted to thank you both, Mina and Edmund. But before we finish, we wanted to show you the trailer for Master Magic. So here we go.
Master of Magic is a remaster of the 1994 classic, which IGN described as the best fantasy strategy game ever made. It is a game which made a historical contribution to the 4X genre, and now Slitherine brings it to the modern era. Choose one of 14 wizards available in the game and compete with the others in a battle for domination over the twin worlds of Arcanus and Mirror. Command a selection of fantasy races, build armies, and expand across procedurally generated maps in a world which is vibrant and mysterious. As a wizard, your spellbook is your best friend, even more than your familiar. You have over 200 unique spell types at your disposal, ranging from damage spells to summons, from utility spells to the infamous spell of mastery. There's nothing you can't achieve through magic. When you do run out of mana, though, then you can revert to the might of your armies and vanquish your enemies in tactical battles. With almost 200 unique unit types, there is an enormous variety in terms of armies you can field, and each unit has a plethora of unique traits and skills. This classic gameplay was what drew the interest of so many players in the 90s, and it has been enhanced with everything you'd expect in a modern game. Improved AI, vibrant yet faithful artwork, dramatically improved graphics, new events, improved controls, and so much more.
Yeah, that voice, man, what is that?
Remains faithful to the original game that drew so much praise. Every spell, every unit, item, hero, and feature has been lovingly recreated to capture the original game's award-winning depth and complexity. If you're a fan of the classic or a new player to Master of Magic, there is something for everyone in the worlds of Arcanus and Mirror. But beware, the rich treasures of these worlds will not be given up so easily to any that comes to take them. Only one will be able to stake their claim to ultimate magical power and become the Master of Magic.
Okay, okay. It seems a bit too much for me, this one. For sure, it's a bit too much for me. 20 minutes, we're gonna wait. Alright, I guess we'll hang out here, guys. Get your cups of coffee, get your tea, get your go-gurt, your sippy cups. Let's hang out. I'm just gonna turn off the music for copyright reasons and just get our own music going. Because I don't want to get slapped. But yeah, that looks that game is definitely not my kind of game. There we go. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Hope everyone is having a great, what is it, Tuesday. Yeah, hope everyone is having a wonderful Tuesday. What are some of the games you guys are looking forward to? You know, besides Broken Arrow, obviously. Is there like anything else that is even in the works? Because it seems like it's kind of just really far away. Like most games are just, they seem like they're so far away. Got a little bit of time. Alright. We still have a little bit of time here, guys. But just in case, I do have some cool other things that you guys might be interested in. Let me open up my list. So basically, I have this list of upcoming games that I will make content on. How should we do this? Tool. Snipping tool to the rescue, baby. That's my Twitch doing a little bit of the weirdies. You're waiting for a remake from a decent company? Oh, Escape from Tarkov. Dude, not sure if you're familiar with EFT. Dude, I have lots of I have a bunch of Escape from Tarkov videos. You should check them out. I think I have like one that is funny, titled "Do Not Buy This Game," and it's together with Noise Guy and some other people that I used to play with. I mean, I still play around with play Tarkov with Noise Guy. But yeah, check out that video. It's actually quite funny. That took ages to make, man. That took so long. Okay. Yeah, here is a list of games there we go. So here's a list of games that I think you guys might find interesting. So green just means I've made a video on it. Blue is, you know, it's in the works. It's busy. But basically, yeah, these are all really exciting video game titles that are mainly strategy based. They're actually, most of them are actually RTS games. But yeah, these could be worth checking out. Definitely check out these games. Like especially Homeworld 3, I think is going to be amazing. It's a space 4X RTS game. Oh boy, Broken Arrow, yeah, it's gonna be sick, man. I'm looking forward to it. We still have plenty of time for it though, so go, you know, do your thing. You can jump in later, up to you. But yeah, these are all the games that I'm looking forward to. Headquarters of World War II also looks really interesting. They're talking about that today as well. Starship Troopers Terran Command, they're also talking about that. Rattenreich is hilarious. It's like Men of War with rats, mice, cockroaches, like that kind of stuff. But they, you know, it's like a human shape, but they're rodents and stuff. So it's kind of hilarious. Yeah, Star Citizen. I need to do much more Star Citizen. Those videos did so well, and it's just a ton of fun to do. But yeah, apart from that, Tempest Rising, Aliens, Dark Descent is a ton of fun. A Terminator RTS game is also coming out, believe it or not. And there is the Great War Western Front, which is World War I. So, you know, it's been done a billion times, but it could still be fun. But basically, the way I go around this is I make videos for each game in this list, with me just talking about what the game is about. So it'll be like a 2-minute video or something, and you know, you can then decide if you want to see more of that game. Basically, that's what I want to do from now on. Give you guys one good video detailing everything you need to know, and yeah, you'll know if you want a game in 2 minutes or not. So yeah, there is that. This is basically the list of content for the next probably couple of years. Company of Heroes is going to be amazing. Company of Heroes is gonna be sick. Imagine if you haven't played Company Heroes, but you're used to some of the older RTS games like that, like Sudden Strike. Imagine Sudden Strike, but smaller scale, with actual multiplayer and with really good mechanics. It's gonna be great. And it's on console as well. It's coming out for console. So, yeah. Once again, the schedule for today is her. Giant thing, Jesus. Alright, so they have just done their Master of Magic pre-release. This is all GMT, so UK time. So they are starting the broadcast in about, well, 11 minutes. Warhammer 40k games will be discussed first. Then Starship Troopers Terran Command, which I'm actually also interested in. Distant Worlds 2, which is also in one of my lists, will be discussed. It's like a space 4X game. Headquarters World War 1, very excited for that one. Field of Glory Kingdoms is kind of like a Rome 2 kind of game, but more politics. And then we have Ancient Arenas Chariots, which is a racing game, like Roman time racing, literally. And then finally we have Broken Arrow. So I am muchos excited. This is my third cup of coffee, by the way. So yeah, let's see what this chat is about. Will Broken Arrow work with GeForce? That's a good question, actually. Will Broken Arrow include DLC? Broken Arrow is at 130. So it seems like everyone just cares about Broken Arrow. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It do be making sense. Sins of a Solar Empire is great too, niche. Yeah, it is a bit of a niche. But it should be fine. I mean, it's, you know, it's a 4X game as well. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it's definitely kind of a homeworld kind of game, but even more 4X, if that makes sense. But it looks good. Like, who knows, man? This could be a ton of fun. Like, if they make it a bit more accessible for non-4X gamers, that might be nice. If you know what I mean. Official technical sponsor Alienware. Wow, really? Damn. Have we followed them already? Yeah, we have. Alienware, home of women jump. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Hype. Just work on that. Yeah, that works. Also, once again, Jen Patton, thank you for your $5 patronage. I really do appreciate it. You're probably not here, but thank you for sticking around. And also the latest follower on Twitch, VortexBoy11. Thank you, thank you. I know I haven't been live for quite some time, you know, to put it nicely. I was doing a PhD. I'm still busy with it, but things just went out of hand. Life was crazy. I did not have enough time for anything. But we're back. I'm gonna try to stick to a video a day minimum. So weekends for me are also now work. During the week, PhD. Weekends, YouTube. And we'll hopefully get some content. Posture check. The fuck? But yeah. Exciting games. Exciting games. Is anyone here a Star Citizen player? Or a Tarkov player? Mm-hmm. Alright. 5 minutes. Here we go. But they do have a Discord as well. Let's see what is on their Discord. There we go. Cool. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely hang out here. Release schedule. Ooh. Oh, let's check this one out, guys. Can I just open the image? Yeah. There we go. So they have a release. Oh, it's a bit of bad quality, but so Distant Worlds 2, March 10. Headquarters World War 2 is to be announced. That's all to be announced. Do they have Broken Arrow in this? Broken Arrow to be announced as well. Okay. Yeah, they have a lot of games. Sheesh. They have a lot of video games coming out. That's good news. Alright, let's go ahead and turn on their music now. Hopefully we don't get DMCA'd. And there's an ad. What is that about, man? I'm not giving no ad for that. Okay. Well, your last chance to go grab a drink. Or snack. Or both. 2 minutes. Man, I hope they don't, like, blow through their schedule. Because I got dinner time, boys. Mm-hmm. Oh wow, that's cool. Recent news on nuclear fusion. They actually created more energy than they put in. That's awesome. Yeah, that's dope. That's cool. 1 minute. Here we go. So I'll mainly mute myself whenever they talk. Should I remove my camera as well? I might do that, like I might remove this entire thing like that, if, you know, if they have some gameplay footage. Let me just remove these, so, yep. Here we go, guys.
And we're live, we're super live. Now, 45 minutes of Master of Magic that has just been released. So if you, in the meantime, whilst you watch this, you can go and download the game and start playing it when it's been downloaded. We are here in a new studio. So if you want to check, you've just checked the other one. You'll find some familiar things in this studio where we're sitting here with my friend Julia. Right, so Julia, here she is. Well, Julia, we have to do one thing before we start.
Yes,
actually,
let me do.
Let me do one thing. Sorry. Okay, let's do this.
Yeah.
Perfect. Why? Because this is the first outing of our new studio. This is a studio that we have been working on for, I think, the last 5 months. So whenever you were asking, where is Tea Time, where is Newsroom, and all your shows, this is what we were preparing. We were preparing a new studio here in the new office. We'll show you the new office very soon. So we're very excited about all this.
Okay,
we're very excited about the new
So
format
this guy is the chief marketing officer?
We're very excited about how things are going to develop under this, you know, in this settings.
Yes.
There's a lot of opportunities, and these sofas, these little chairs, are actually the only thing that's left from the last studio.
Yes, they're just a memory. But we have also changed the name for this huge event, this Slitherine Next.
Yes, we are calling this event Slitherine Next. Why? Well, for 2 reasons, really. One main reason is, of course, that the previous events were called Home of Wargamers, and it started to be a kind of an unfitting name for the types of products that we were showing. Home of Wargamers has always been a good name for anything related to wargames, so to Matrix and to what's related to Matrix. Slitherine is, of course, a different thing. We as Slitherine launch a different type of product. So we wanted to sort of embrace a wider number of strategy products, and that's why we changed the name to Slitherine Next. Also because, we wanted to brand the event with our company name, which is, we don't use it that much. So we wanted to start using it a bit more.
Yes, because it's a beautiful name.
It is a beautiful name, and we want to use it. We want to use it as much as we can.
And today we are ready to show you many things.
Yeah. So basically, what's going to happen? We're going to show you like a little intro, and then we're going to come back here and show the agenda.
Yes, the schedule, and we will also launch some new games during the live. So it will be a great live to follow. So stay with us. And I take the chance to ask you to follow us also on our social media channels, because we will keep you updated.
Yeah, so, ready for launching it?
We are ready for launch the intro, so 3, 2, 1, go!
Let's go! Let's go!
And back again.
Yeah, we're live. Officially. This is officially Slitherine Next now.
Yes, we are in Slitherine Next after many months of preparation. We are so happy to be here, and wow.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you everything that went wrong before we actually launched it today. No, I can't. I would take like probably over 2 hours to
yes,
to tell
it
you.
would be too long.
It would be too long.
Right.
So, Julia, this is an area that in the next few hours we're going to call tea room.
Yes, this is the tea room.
Because this is where also we're going to broadcast tea time in the future.
Yes.
And also it's close to the other set where you're going to do newsroom.
Yes. It's like a mixture of newsroom and tea time. And it's great.
These two formats are going to be back live in the new year, of course, just after we just go on a break, and then we're going to be back here. Everything's supposedly working, so we should be fine to go back to our normal lives. What is it that we're expecting for today?
We are expecting many things. First of all, we will have other 2 releases today. As you can see, we will have Warhammer 40,000 games, and we will launch Sister of Battle for Battle Sector and Adepta Sororitas for Gladius. Then we will have Starship Troopers Terran Command. We will show you something great also here, and be ready, because you will be really excited to know more about the future of this great game. Then Distant Wars 2, then Headquarters World War II. You heard about this game last year, so you will be really happy to see the developments made on this game during this year. And then we will speak about Field of Glory Kingdoms, then Ancient Arena Chariots, and then I know that you guys were waiting for it. Broken Arrow, finally, we will talk about it. And then we will end our broadcast at around 7 p.m. GMT. So many things to do and many things to see today.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do.
Yes.
We are, I have to say one thing, though.
Where can I download game? Most of their games are on Steam, but otherwise check their website, I would say, Nick.
That's the most impressive piece of furniture we brought directly from Epsom.
Yes.
We were supposed to have 4 people coming from Epsom, so I'm saying a special thank you for staying 24 hours in an airport to Mark, Neil and Annie, and not making it, whilst David stayed probably half an hour and made it to Milan. So we are going to be ready to leave the mic to Alberto and David on the main stage.
And welcome back. So I'm here with David and his jumper.
Thank you, Alberto. I'm pleased to be here, unlike anyone else from Epsom.
All right, so as Julia was saying, today is Sister of Battle Day. Who are the Sisters of Battle?
So yes, it's Warhammer 40k Sisters of Battle Day. So Sisters of Battle have been around Warhammer 40k for a long time, but recently they got a kind of a full faction treatment from Games Workshop. They're kind of an elite sisterhood raised from birth to serve their god emperor, and they're as zealous and fanatical as you might expect someone to be. They're elite troops. They run around wearing like Space Marine armor despite not being Space Marines. They wield bolters despite not being Space Marines. They are bad girls and they've come to fight.
Sounds very appropriate for the Imperium.
Yes, very much so.
Right, so today the Sisters of Battle are being added as a playable faction to both Warhammer 40k Battle Sector and Warhammer 40k Gladius. Let's start with Gladius. So before I ask you to elaborate a bit more on the faction, we do have have a trailer, a gameplay trailer to show you.
Yeah, Broken Arrow is at the end of the cast. But yeah, there's some other good games like Starship Terran Command and stuff, so we'll check those out as well. But if you're into Warhammer 40k, could be good for you.
Only to the worship of the Emperor train their spirit arduously for the task ahead. An elite sisterhood of warriors, they step forth from the confines of their churches to do his will. No lesser for the time spent to the task of ridding the galaxy of the alien, the mutant, and the heretic. Warhammer 40,000 Battle Sector is expanding its epic turn-based action with the Adepta Sororitas DLC. Included in the DLC are 15 new, exquisitely crafted units with lore-accurate models, directly inspired by the official tabletop models. The units also come with their own special abilities and war gear, and are primed and ready for battle in skirmish.
You're jumping over to Project Reality? Alright man, I'll see you in a bit then.
The Sisters of Battle bring a whole new dimension to the battle for Baal, as damage charges special abilities, damage resistance, and HQ powers. Combined with potent healing options, especially tough units designed to soak up damage, and the ability to shield more fragile units, the Sisters of Battle have a unique and interesting synergy, unlike that of any other faction.
Yeah, they need to show gameplay video. Like, they need to show some more. They've shown 5 or 6 teasers already.
Deeper into the faction, well, we can see the chat, but I can imagine there are quite a few questions about your jumper. Where did you get it?
It's Christmas. You
Yeah, that sound took a shit. I don't know what that was.
This time, the wonderful people at Games Workshop and Merchoid were so inspired to send me this. So who am I to say no?
Unfortunately, people can see it in the camera, but there are a lot of tiny Warhammer-ish skulls below the Sister Battle symbol.
See? It's wonderful. I will wear it every day till Christmas.
All right, so I believe that our community manager can post the link to the store if you want to get this same jumper.
I will do, yes.
Yes. Well, anyway, what can you tell us about the Adepta Sororitas, also known as Sisters of Battle, in Battle Sector?
So, in Battle Sector, they're kind of sent in to be the mirror to the Blood Angels. So the Blood Angels is all about going out there, attacking you, punching in the face, getting very angry about things. Sisters are about taking those hits and getting very zealous about things. So they'll take hits, they'll get more evasive and get harder to hit as they take hits. So if you don't get them down quickly, they keep coming back and keep coming back hard. A lot of their skills are based around inspiring their fellow sisters. They might get more hits than you expect coming from the same place. They have artillery, they have tanks, they have rhinos, the first actual dedicated transport unit that we've seen in Battle Sector. So a real mobility powerhouse. They can bring the pain from all sorts of angles.
Speaking of units, many months ago we had these 3 Sister Battle units originally. We decided to expand.
The game looks good,
more, well, you know, in a brand
but I've always kind of had a
faction. We do have
a resistance towards turn-based strategy games.
Some of the cool,
because usually they lack multiplayer. So like that's the big thing about strategy games. I just need multiplayer, for my taste at least.
The Sisters of Battle on Baal call for aid, and who better to lead them but the mighty Canoness, a veteran warrior of countless battles, yet also a pious leader with an unmatched sense of faith. The Canoness's mere presence boosts the morale of nearby sisters. Her words of contempt ring in the enemy's ears, shattering their confidence. Ready to give their lives to protect her, Celestian sacrosancts have sworn an oath to defend their sisters. Their mighty sacrosanct shields turns aside ranged fire as surely as it turns aside a blade, with each hit only increasing their resolve to defend the line. Returning the enemy's hate in kind, the deadly exorcist fires massive volleys of deadly missiles. The artillerist plays to soothe and invigorate the mighty machine spirit with potent worship that seemingly guides missiles to weak points and critical areas. When the time comes to strike, the Paragon Warsuit wades into the enemy lines. A warsuit as weighty as any tank, there is nothing it cannot carve with the blessed Paragon Warblade. Yet such a mighty weapon may be wasted on hordes of the unworthy. The Paragon Grenade Launcher is the answer, enabling the Paragon to lay waste to such
it does look fun.
with ease.
It does look fun.
Well,
Yeah.
I really like the work that Black Label Games has put into these models. They really look amazing. There are some amazing screenshots that you can find on the store page, and they really did a great job. I think, well, I'm a bit biased, but I think they're the best Warhammer 40k models ever made for a computer game, to be honest. But yeah, shall we move on to the second trailer?
Yep.
More trailer hype.
A sister's duty is foremost to the Emperor, but also to his subjects. No sister understands this better than the Hospitaller. Her presence is a welcome sight as she tends to the sick and injured, returning them to battle to continue to fight in his name. The Adapter Sororitas is an order of mercy, and those that sin may atone for their crimes as an arco-flagellant. Armed with arco flails and with a potent mixture of combat stimulants flowing through their veins, they tear the enemies of the Imperium asunder in an incomprehensibly violent melee frenzy. Should a sister commit sin, she may be offered the chance to take the Oath of Repentia. Her war gear, rank, and honor stripped from her, she may seek atonement only through the deaths of his enemies. Each granted a penitent inviscerator, they make devastating, fearless charges into the enemy. Not all those who sin are worthy of forgiveness. For those whom justice must be given swiftly, the pure flame of an immolator will more than suffice. Its blessed twin flamers cleanse the battlefield, while protecting a squad of sisters inside its thick, ornately armored hull.
Okay, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So it's available today.
Well,
Yep.
so personally speaking, I really like the new vehicles. Most of all, I was wondering, what is your favorite unit from the DLC?
It's a choice, really. The Exorcist missile launcher is just a whole new realm of hurt. But personally, the Canoness, she is a HQ that gets in there, mixes it up, brings everybody with her, and importantly, if she gets sniped, everyone else gets better because they get quite angry about it. So what more could you want?
Makes sense? All right, so this is the new DLC, but there is an update going up along the DLC.
Yep.
And it adds, of course, the demonic incursion mode. What can you tell us about it?
Yes, so later on today, in a couple of hours' time, the release will go out, and as kind of a free update, you'll be able to play a whole new game mode with any of your factions that you own, so either Blood Angels, Tyranids, Necrons, or Sisters Battle, where you can choose to take on innumerable hordes of the Demons of Khorne. It's basically a survival wave-based game mode. So you're basically going in there with whatever army you choose. You can take a small army, a small kill team, or you can take a 3,000 point horde of tanks. It's up to you. The simple job is to survive. How long can you last against innumerable waves of Khornite demons? If you've got bloodletters, and you've seen whole new things we've added of things like skull cannons and all these kind of things, all coming at you from every direction. And you'll get reinforcements, but will there be enough?
Well, I'm seeing something new on the screen because that wasn't in the game.
No, you'll obviously pick the skull cannon.
That looks really cool,
The bloodletters at the beginning, but right in the background there is our wonderful bloodthirster.
Yes.
Who doesn't turn up straight at the beginning, but when he does turn up, you're in for a world of pain.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. All right, so we can't wait to see what you guys think about this new update, as well as the Sisters of Battle DLC in Battle Sector. Shall we move on and talk about Gladius a bit?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so Gladius is also getting a new DLC, and they're also getting the Adepta Sororitas as a playable faction. For anyone who is familiar with Gladius, each faction comes with their own unique units, tech tree, set of buildings, unique quest lines and heroes, and of course, unique gameplay mechanics.
Yep.
But what can you tell us about the Sisters of Battle, and what kind of new features do they bring to the table? Because Gladius has been around for a few years, and there are already quite a few playable factions. So how are the Sisters of Battle or Adepta Sororitas?
Does anyone
compared to the other
enjoy these kind of games, like turn-based Warhammer games? I'm sure there's quite a big player base for them, but I personally don't know anyone.
Kind of on that 4x scale of each unit can perform small acts of faith, which then, if buffed with The kind of support units can perform bigger acts of faith. They have a wonderful quest line about obviously suppressing heresy. Gladius is very much their sort of town. It's what they were very much brought here to do. And of course, when they start rolling out tanks and also knight lancers and strike fighters, they really can bring a whole world of hurt.
That sounds great. I'm looking forward to playing them. So before we finish the presentation for Battlesetter and Gladius, we wanted to show you the new faction, the new intro video for the Adepta Sororitas in Gladius. So here we go.
Life is worthless without faith. Faith in the God Emperor. Faith
God Emperor.
that he will save mankind. The Adeptus Sororitas are the guardians of that faith. These people were our people. And when the world was lost, when the cities fell, we defended them from the Xenos, the heretics. But soon we stood against the dark, alone. Others would have lost hope, but not the Adeptus Sororitas. And finally, our faith was rewarded with the blessed Celestine at our head. We will save these people for the God Emperor!
Okay, that's a pretty cool title, or intro. That's pretty good.
So these are the
God damn.
battle in Battlesetter.
40k gang.
Yep.
All right, so thank you
I
so
might
much,
get it. I
David,
don't know. That looks pretty good.
I hope it was a really nice time for you.
Yeah, obviously, everyone, if they're available later today, please hope people enjoy playing them.
Thank you so much. All right, so shall we move on and talk about Starship Troopers? We released the game roughly 6 months ago. I believe it was June
Yeah, it's all
16.
done.
It's been a really successful release for Slitherine. To be honest, it's been the best, the best release that Slitherine ever had. It was such a pleasure and honor for us to really pay our respects to a wonderful franchise such as Starship Troopers. So I have a special guest with me here today. It's Lucas Neisten, creative director of the Artistocrats, developers of Starship Troopers Star Command.
You might like
Hello,
this
Lucas.
one, Nolan.
Hello, Alberto.
A pretty good game.
Thanks for
Welcome.
inviting me.
All right, so my first question for you, how do you feel about the release of Starship Trooper and the path so far?
Well, obviously, we're very happy about the reception of the game. So the success of the game has allowed us to grow our team, and it will allow us to keep supporting and expanding the game, which is something we have a lot of ambitions to keep doing that. And realizing that there is a community that will support us in doing this is obviously a very good feeling.
Nice. All right, so back in
Nice.
September, a couple of months after the release, we published a roadmap which listed
No, Broken Arrow is in-
what
let me
we
see.
were planning to add in Starship Troopers during the first year of development. It's been a successful ride so far. Back in October, we released the first milestone of this roadmap, which was called the Chemical Reaction Update. What can you tell us about it? What
2
were your
hours.
goals for adding these
1
new
hour,
scenarios and
53
these new
minutes
units?
for Broken Arrow.
Yeah, so we decided to release this update primarily because we wanted to show to the community that we wanted to keep supporting the game. So it was a means for us to release content for free that added to the game. And we ended up releasing 3 scenarios basically, and they're all based around a new unit type, which is called the Chemical Troopers. And it's another reason for doing this was because we wanted to do some experimental features basically in the game, and we used this as a means to see what the response from the community was. So, for example, all the chemical scenarios have a local high score system, which means that you can replay the scenarios and beat your own score basically. And in addition, we have one scenario that is really experimental. So we have you can get a resource there by killing arachnids, and you can then use that resource to buy new units or unlock more areas on the map or get more war support. And it's been very interesting to get feedback from players on mechanics like these, because we're always looking for player feedback and how to basically do more with the game.
That sounds great. What I really like to see, was community members sharing their own high scores on Discord and on the forum and on Steam, and it was really good to see them competing and comparing their own high scores. So that's the type of community content that can really help foster a thriving community, which is very important, I think, for an RTS.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of community content, there was another big milestone in the roadmap. I'm talking, of course, of the scenario editor.
Oh, scenario editor.
That's been in open beta for a while, a couple of months, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Correct.
How has the feedback been so far, and what do you think of the scenarios that people are making?
Yeah, so we are very happy with what's happening with the scenario editor. There is a lot of people who are creating very cool scenarios. So this ranges from really story-based scenarios, which like you take a squad of troopers to an area and there's storytelling. People even added their own voiceovers. And other scenarios are like really the classic defend the outposts, inspired by the famous movie scene of Whiskey Outpost, where you have to defend your base against lots of endless hordes, basically, of arachnids. And the quality of the scenarios has been really high. We're very happy about that, to see basically how enthusiastic people are about being able to use the editor. So it's now an open beta, which means that everyone can
I'm
use
gonna
it.
make Helm's Deep.
If you
I'm making Helm's Deep.
branch on Steam,
Someone is
and
gonna
we
make
actually
Helm's Deep.
allow everyone to play the scenarios in the live version of the game already.
Yeah, there's gonna be a Helm's Deep map very soon.
Lucas ran a very successful stream on our channel where he showed the basics of crafting or custom scenario. If you join our Discord channel, there are quite a few player-made scenarios that some are really good. So if you want to play them, you can just join the Discord channel and download them from there, as well as find the set of instructions on how to install them. But my question for you is, there is a specific feature that is highly requested from the community, which will make accessing scenarios easier for players. I'm talking, of course, of the Steam Workshop support. So, is it coming?
Yes, absolutely. So currently the way to get scenarios is you have to go to the Discord channel, which there is actually a button for in the game. So if you go to the scenarios panel, there will be a direct link to the Discord channel. But obviously that means that's not very useful or not very user-friendly, basically, because you have to download the files and know where to put them. So Steam Workshop support is something we definitely want to add, considering the success of the scenario editor, and something that will make it a lot easier for players to join us, to get this content, to download it, and also to upload it. So that is something we do want to put into the game before we actually put the editor into the live version.
Sounds great.
That's cool. I think
there is another
that could actually be a really good game that way.
I'm talking, of course, achievements.
Yeah.
So
Build it in Monopoly.
Of course, is are achievements coming?
Yes, absolutely. So achievements is also something we're currently working on. Basically, what we'll do with achievements is every campaign scenario will have a set of achievements. So it's still not entirely certain how many achievements each scenario will have, but it will be probably 2 or 3. And basically, there will be a couple of achievements that are reasonably straightforward to achieve. So by just basically playing the game, you'll be able to unlock these, but we'll also have a number of more tricky achievements that you can only get by playing with certain units or using special abilities in a certain way. So we're offering like a range of challenges for these achievements. And that is coming in Q1 probably next year, early next year.
Sounds great. Before we move on, I wanted to mention that we are updating the roadmap at the end of this presentation. So we will be showing the new roadmap near the end. There's also another small asset that I'm going to announce today. Not even my coworkers at marketing know about this. Marco doesn't know about it. I'm talking, of course, of Steam trading cards. So yeah, Steam trading cards are coming for Starship Troopers. Surprise.
Okay.
All right. So, let's address the big elephant in the room. Steam Workshop support, achievements, they're all fun, but what people really want to know about is new content, new DLCs, a new campaign, maybe a new planet, new units. I know that maybe you don't want to say all of it yet. We have big plans, but I'm just wondering, what can you tell us about this? What do you feel comfortable with sharing?
Yeah, so besides what we've already talked about, one of the things that's currently a big focus in our development is working on a new environment. So we'll have a new environment that is taking place on a new planet, and it will have a new campaign, new units, etc. But before I say anything else about it, maybe we should watch a little teaser that we've created for this.
Okay, let's watch this video.
Nice that there's new content coming in like quite frequently. That's good. This game could be a lot of fun. I might actually get this. The sound system just farted. I hope you guys didn't hear that too loudly. That looks sick.
New lava planet coming for Starship Troopers 10 Command. I'm really looking forward to it. Of course, this small teaser didn't show any new unit yet, but they're being prototyped. You just have to wait a bit longer, just in order to get an official announcement.
Yeah, they need to work on their audio issues, man. You should DM them.
Exactly.
You got all the solutions
so
there.
What can you tell us about this lava planet?
Yeah, so as I already said, it will be a new planet. It will have a new campaign, so a new storyline with characters and all that. And in addition, it will have a lot of new player units and a lot of new Arachnid units that are fitting the theme. So we cannot reveal any real details about it yet because we're still very much prototyping this content. But over the course of next year, we'll be sharing a lot more information about this. But we can say that we chose the lava planet because it's an interesting environment. It will not just be visually unique, but also it offers some new environmental features. For example, there will be volcanoes that erupt and can damage your units or the box. Basically, if you use it well. There are also like these lava geysers which will erupt lava at unpredictable times. Well, you can actually see it coming, so it's something you have to avoid as a player, but at the same time, you can use it in your own advantage by building a defense line beyond the lava geysers and like luring the box into them and using the environment basically as a weapon against the enemy.
So what's going on here? So Slitherine, the publisher, is giving, well, they call it Slitherine Next. They're basically talking about their upcoming titles. So we've had a few that were discussed already. So the Warhammer 40k games have been discussed. Now they're almost finishing up with Starship Troopers Terran Command. But we have Broken Arrow near the end of the cast, which is in about an hour and like 45 minutes or so. So yeah, that's quite a lot of good titles though.
Lava Planet DLC, stay tuned for the official announcement later next year. Anyway, there was a specific asset in the roadmap that people are really looking forward to. Back in September, we announced a new game mode, which will enhance replayability. So, my question for you, Lucas, is what do you feel like sharing with us today about this new game mode? How is work going? What can you tell us?
Yeah, so the new game modes is something, well, game modes in general, more game modes is something that players have really been asking for. And we completely agree with them that there's a lot of content in the game and we want to make sure that they can have more game modes basically than a campaign to use that content in. So while I can't be overly specific about exactly what we're doing, again, because we're prototyping a lot of stuff and we don't want to announce something before we feel more certain about what we're doing, but we do have a couple of specific goals in mind for these new modes. For example, one of the primary things is to give more control to the player to decide what kind of units that they have and what units they produce, and to progress basically through the tech tree to counter what the Arachnids are doing. And another aspect that is tied into that is offering more replayability. So it should be a mode that's really focused on replayability. And for example, by giving more control to the player, of course, you also allow them to decide on their own how to beat challenges and try new tactics and new ways to beat all the stuff the bugs are throwing at you, basically. And finally, the third point I would highlight is that we want to make sure that this game mode is very expandable. so that we can add new unit types, new abilities, etc. For example, the new lava planet will be something that we can integrate into the new game modes so that it is very expandable.
Sounds great. Well, I know that a lot of fans are asking about it, and they're really curious to hear more about this game mode. I can only invite you to stay tuned if you want to learn more, just to quote Fabinet. So you can just join our Discord channel or just, keep checking the Steam page or, your store of choice. Just stay tuned and we will be saying more about it pretty soon. Before we wrap this presentation, I just wanted to ask you, are there other news for Starship Troopers Stand Command that you want to share with us today?
Well, of course, besides all the stuff we announced today, we're always working on the game. We're always working to improve the game, like small features, small updates. Usually that is based on what we see on the feedback from players, basically what they're asking for. So one example of what we are currently adding to the game, or basically we finished it, but we need to test it properly and then release it, is we're expanding the unit controls, the unit control groups, sorry. For example, now you can only, in the current version, you can only assign a unit to one control group, but with the update you'll be able to assign it to as many groups as you want, which is a feature that is very common in all the modern RTS games. And of course we want to make sure that it's also available in our games. And it's one of those features players have been asking for. So we're always looking for ways to improve the game.
I'm pretty sure that fans will be happy to hear.
That sounds really good, man. They're actually taking this game into like a general RTS theater, so that's good.
We will be posting it on Steam and our site pretty soon. All right, so this is the roadmap for basically the first half of 2023, roughly. No, there are no dates yet, but we can say with confidence that the scenario is going to be released.
You just randomly only now getting into Sudden Strike 4 and you love RTS stuff? Oh, awesome, dude. Yeah, Sudden Strike 4 was a ton of fun. It just did not have any multiplayer. So that, is a big thing with RTS games. They just die out if you don't have multiplayer or any new content. But yeah, that was a fun time. But there's a bunch of new games that are coming out. Company Heroes 3, which is an RTS, looks amazing. Broken Arrow, obviously. If you're into Cold War RTS games, that is an early access right now. Warno might be something you enjoy. But yeah, check out the channel. Men of War 2 is also coming out. So yeah, like my last couple videos have been general videos regarding upcoming RTS games. So that might help you out. And I will have more of those types of videos soon.
So we'll be back very soon, and I'm just going to pass the microphone to the tea room.
All right. Alienware ad. Do I get an Alienware laptop for casting this, or what? What's going on? I'm just kidding. Anyways, yeah, there will be a short break, guys, in their cast. So if you want to, do something, go have some food or drink or tea or coffee. Go ahead, they'll be back with the next part of the cast.
It's great that after all these events that we managed to have with, we started, everything was remote. Then we had first maybe a bit remote, a bit of people in here, and now we have upstairs in this office we have I think 4 developers coming to show their games. So yes. I think this is a great achievement for us.
Yes, it's wonderful.
It's really good. So there are 2 games that you will not see today, and I want to give a little bit of a peek on both of them because of course you know that we care about updating you about a number of things. So the first game we're going to talk about is Terminator. You all know that we have a Terminator game in development, Terminator Dark Fate Defiance. It's a game we really care about, and you know that after all the years that you've been waiting for on a Starship Troopers game, we have delivered a very solid Starship Trooper experience. So Terminator is alive and kicking. The development is going on, but we are really pushing the boundaries of making it a great game, a great tactical experience, a game that would fit the new wave of RTSs coming out in the coming months. So we want to be up there with the best games and deliver a game to you that that's absolutely awesome. So just stick with us and stick with the social media channels, and we'll make sure that you know more about it. The main thing I want to say today is that the game is going to enter beta very, very, very soon. So stick with us about that. It's good news, is it?
Yeah, wonderful news. Yeah.
It's like, how do you turn a negative news is, the game's been delayed into a good news? Well, you're going to have a beta very soon.
Yes, and we keep our promises.
Sometimes. Right, so before I'm going to leave my position here, I'm going to welcome someone else, a new colleague of ours.
Yes, a very new colleague.
And I'm going to back here in a few moments.
And we are here with our friend, colleague.
Hi, Julia.
Francesco.
Hi,
Tebaldi.
Julia. How, Julia? Such a pleasure to be here.
Welcome to this stage. It's your first time here. Are you excited?
Oh, very, very much. Very, very much.
Wow.
I couldn't sleep tonight.
I know that. And I'm really happy to have a new face next to me. It's great. It's really great.
It's great for me too.
And you're also the owner of a great part of Slitherine, that are the tournaments.
Exactly.
You want to say something to our followers and community?
Of course. First of all, I would like to thank to all the participants we had this year, and congratulate once again to all the winners. It was an amazing year, quite busy, lots of tournaments. So thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you, guys. You were great.
Thank you. So but it's not over, because 2023 is going to be bigger.
Yeah. So do you have any plan to spoil to us?
Of course, our plan is to have more tournaments during the year, more frequency on lots of tournaments on different video games, and bringing some new kind of mode. Like so far, we got all the same system for all the tournaments, and we would like, and we are testing maybe in the first part of the year, we'll probably bring the knockout elimination format to our tournaments. That could be a good news for some players. We are keeping the old format too, so just to have a little bit of differentiation for everyone.
Wow, that's great. Really, really exciting. And we also have some new games that will have tournaments, right?
Of course, as we're releasing new games, as you probably will see later on during the streaming, we have a few news and few new games that will join our tournament program.
Yeah, in 2023. So 2023 will be a great year for games, for tournaments, and there are open tournaments now that our user can join?
For the Battle Sector lovers, we still have the Holiday Madness tournament that is still open, starting on the 15th of December. So you still have a couple of days left to join the tournament and play over Christmas and the holidays to have fun.
Wow, that's maybe the perfect way to spend Christmas holidays.
I think so.
I think that's great. Thank you, Fra. And also other news about Battle Sector.
Yeah, we got a pretty big one. That starting from today, we are opening up a new sign-ups for our very first prize tournament of Battle Sector.
Wow.
I'm really proud and really excited about this. Because it's going to be super big, and of course we opening up the sign-ups today. Then the tournament will start on the 1st of February, and it's going to be all themed of the Sister of Battle that is releasing today. So it's going to be our first prize tournament and our first theme tournament. Then after Sister of Battle, we will have more theme tournament about every faction. And as a prize tournament, Julia, I brought a little surprise. So one of the prizes, the other we will release is probably next month, is
wow, what
comic
is that?
book. Comic book of themed Sister of Battle. This is gonna be one of the Okay, what is it? Yeah. This is gonna be one of the prizes of the Sister of Battle tournaments.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. I can
You ever play the original Red Alert?
Oh, thank
Command and
you.
Conquer? Oh, dude,
You're
yeah,
so
for
I'm
sure.
really
cute.
excited about these, and
I played the
so
crap out of those games.
If all the players want, they can sign up for both the holiday tournament and the Sister of
Wow.
Battle one.
Guys, I suggest you to join this tournament because this comic book is something amazing. I think that I will start reading it today and probably will finish it tomorrow.
Amazing.
That's
that was
probably what will happen.
I wanted to hear. Yes, amazing.
Yes, that's great. And Fra, are you happy being here? You joined us almost.
I'm super excited. It's been like almost 6 months so far.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. Everything is amazing. I love it. I'm not saying because Marco is watching me.
No, you're not.
but
Because
it's-
Marco is not there.
He's not there. He's not watching at all. No. It's been like amazing 6 months. The tournaments are something that it's really exciting, adrenalinic, and we want to get bigger in 2023.
Yes.
And everything so far.
And also
So good.
for you, we have also added a tournament section to the newsletter.
Oh yeah, just for me. That
Yes,
was
yes, that was
my
just for you.
Christmas gift from you.
Yes, Christmas and also birthday gift because can we say that to our community?
I think we can say it.
Francesco was born on Christmas Day. He is our Christmas gift in our company.
Too kind, Julia.
Okay, that's great. And I also know that you will speak about some games also with Marco in a few minutes.
Yeah, in a few Marco will join me. Yeah, because I got not only the tournament
Yes.
but also a couple of games that we are going to talk in a moment.
Yeah.
And I think that we are ready to see
we are ready.
our first
We
content.
can switch. Okay, I'll
so
go away.
yeah, Marco, please join me.
Distant Worlds 2?
Hi, Marco.
See, I don't think this was prepared to be like this. But,
No, but
we're
that's
fine.
it's
we're fine.
live and
Yeah, thanks for the
this is
follow,
how
man.
it is.
Lewington.
I heard that you're doing very
Welcome,
well. That you
welcome.
like working here.
Amazing. Yes,
it's
yes,
great,
Marco.
it's
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
Because I wasn't there, right?
No.
Somebody
Marco was
told me.
upstairs.
So,
Marco
yeah.
was upstairs. You didn't hear a thing.
No,
and
no. Right. So Francesco,
So-
what do you have? Francesco is working on 2 main projects right now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
One of them is Distant Worlds, and the other one is the other game that we're not showing today.
We're not showing to you, of course.
So what can you tell us about Distant Worlds?
Okay, so for Distant Worlds, we are working very hard to bring new updates for the game, to fix a few things that happening in the game, and I think that we are going in the right direction. I want to say that 2023 is going to be quite big. I think that if we manage to do it, we can start with a big one on January, February. Let's see. And I really hope that the direction that we are taking is the right one, of course.
We have a little video to show.
Yeah, we got a little video.
Let's start with the video and then come back here.
Welcome, explorers. When we first met, we introduced you to the new galaxy we had created for you. An immersive environment to let you test your skills and make you feel at home in space. As with all things, we know that there is a long way to perfection, and we have been working every day to make the journey to the stars easier and smoother for you all. Since the beginning of this journey on our shared exploration ship, we have made significant progress. The crew has increased, and you now have more forces at your disposal. The stability of our ship is much better, and we've expanded graphical compatibility and also improved performance across the board. We've improved the flight controls by making the artificial intelligence more intelligent and polished some of the quirks in the user interface. We've also made it easier for you to manage your people by making sure your colony ships and passenger ships find their best possible destinations. Finally, there are also major fixes and upgrades to better support you in several other important areas, including exploration, research, diplomacy, and space combat with your fleets, ships, and fighters. Be advised, the galaxy will continue to expand and host new races and factions. It will be your choice whether to become their ally or to fight them. Space is in constant flux. Prepare for new encounters as we are busy at work making Distant Worlds a bigger, better experience for all of you.
Now, one thing about this,
Not a game for me. I think there's way too much.
Hide from it.
Way too much happening.
We definitely sort of
my brain just can't. But it looks really good
in a number of ways. This was a game that we had, prepared for, I think, 7-8 years. The developers at Codeforce were, ready for a number of things to happen the first year after release, and then the game ended up having some problems that we had to go back and fix. And instead of just fixing the problems, Codeforce hired new people, invested in not only fixing the things, but actually refurbishing the code and making sure that we could build on it over time. So it's taken quite a long time. I can see that the reviews are going up again.
Yeah. People, the community is answering quite well to I think they're seeing that we are working, and I'm really glad that they're still there. They want from us more, and we are definitely want to give more to the community.
We had, I think they had, at some point we had like a patch delivered every week, which was the joy of our operations team. They really liked it. And I think it's still the case in some weeks that we have like a very frequent release of different updates. But it's getting there, and I think that the Q1 next year is going to be huge.
We are on the right path. I think that we still need some work, of course, because as the video said, the way to the perfection is a long journey, and definitely is going to be our final destination. We want the perfection for our community, and we are working really hard to deliver and to give the better experience for everyone.
So I'd say that the Galaxy is still alive, right?
Yeah. He's always there. He's always there, right next to you. And in 2023, it's gonna be even more beautiful. And we will add few things. And I think that I really want to give more details about it, but we want to do it, and we don't want to put any kind of rush on us. So I think that for the big news, we have to wait after the holiday.
Yeah, well, Lucas was saying one thing before, that he didn't want to commit to anything until he was like 100% sure that he could deliver it, which is coming from another story of history of being delayed and a number of other things. But I think it's very sensible, and we're going to sort of follow the same path for Disney World. So we're going to tell you more about it as we're more confident about the stuff to come. And meaning that we know a lot of things are in the works, but before we can announce them and tell a release date, we're going to wait a little bit.
We have to have a quality check first, probably.
Yeah. So, Francesco, elephant in the room. Your second.
We have to talk about it. It's not easy, but I mean we have to.
I think there's again, turn a negative message into a positive.
Okay,
Stargate Timekeepers is the other game that you will not see today. Stargate is in development in our new development studio brand new, just opening in Poland, Slitherine, Poland. We're very original for naming studios. Slitherine, Poland is taking Stargate Timekeepers and another game called Ancient Arenas Chariots that you will see today, later on. And they're working on it. This is a game that will release next year, and we're 100% sure that this is going to be a great experience. But again, we want this game to be really good.
It's a huge franchise. I mean, Stargate is a masterpiece from the 90s, so we definitely don't want to ruin the legacy of it, and we would like to deliver to the community what's the best, a quality product. And so we are working. Slitherine Poland is going quite well. I mean, for something just born, we are working really hard on both Stargate and Ancient Arena that we talk about later. And so I think that definitely is going to be 2023. And I'm really looking forward to share. Yeah, I'm committing. I'm committing. Yeah. I mean, you forced me to commit it when I signed. No, jokes aside, I think that I'm really looking forward to show the first beats and the first graphics and the first artworks in the months to come. Definitely.
I'm really excited about Stargate Timekeepers, and again, taking from the same pattern that we used for other games in the past. You know, we want to make sure that this is a game that you really enjoyed and represents Stargate at its best, and that's why we're doing all the work we're doing on. And although it seems to be like you know, a long process,
like even though it's not my kind of game,
but whenever there's a
they definitely do put in like a good amount of effort, so
stuff, right?
that's really nice to see.
We want it to be better, we want it to be and a high standard that I think the community deserves. So we are being picky a little bit, but I think it could be the good process, the right process.
So what is going to be happening in the next couple of hours? After this, we're going to start a new sort of section of Slitherine Next. We're going to show gameplay of future games. What you've seen so far has been updates on Warhammer Gladius and Battle Sector. You've seen Starship Troopers. There's been updates on Distant Worlds. So you're going to see new games, sort of stuff that's going to come later. So the first one you'll see is Headquarters World War II.
Looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it. And again, we have a member of staff. I don't know if you've actually seen Julia before, but Julia is going to introduce you to this section with Mark from connecting from Epsom. And then we'll show you Ancient Arenas and what else do we have? Broken Arrow.
We got Broken Arrow. And Broken Arrow that definitely the audience is waiting for.
If I'm forgetting something.
Yeah.
Right, and Field of Glory Kingdoms as well. So there's quite a lot of stuff still. So stay with us. So in the next 2 hours, you're going to have a lot of entertainment.
Le Pig. Le Tanko.
And we are back in the studio. Hello everyone, and we are now connecting with Mark Hardesty from Epsom. He's actually Slitherine senior producer. Hello Mark, can you hear me?
Hello Julia, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Hi Mark.
You have a tree.
Yeah. Yes, it's a beautiful Christmas tree, Mark. I'm missing you, Mark. I have to tell that.
I should be there.
Yeah, I know.
Blame the airport.
Yeah, I know. And we are also connected with Alexander Sienin. Hello, Alexander. Can you hear me?
Hello. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Hello, Alexander. Alexander is a COO and lead game designer for Headquarters World War II from the developer Starny Games. Speaking of which, we have a little surprise for you all.
Awkward.
And
quite awkward.
Maybe not, maybe yes.
No surprise.
But yes, here it is.
Oh, coding. Hackerman.
Мене звати Ігор Тимошенко, я очолюю компанію Starny Games.
Hello, I'm Alexander Senin from Starny Games. I'm a lead game designer for Headquarters World War II.
Hi, I'm Kate. I'm a two-dimensional artist in Starny.
Мене звати Шевчук Олександр, і я займаю посаду
Where is Starny?
Hello there, my name is Max and I'm the lead narrative designer at Starny Games.
Всім привіт, я Олександр, я лід 3D Artist, Starling Games.
Я вважаю, що праця зі Slitherine це дуже добре відображається на нашій
they're from
компанії,
Kiev,
нашій
Ukraine.
команді, що ми зробимо дуже хороший продукт.
I'm really happy to work in the video games industry. I'm sure that was probably one of the best decisions in my life when I started working here.
I'm very inspired by the fact that our company is focused on the quality of our projects, and it's very important for me.
Працювати в індустрії відеоігор для мене це якби і мрія, яка втілилась, задоволення, натхнення, бажання жити і працювати.
To me, working in the video game industry is about creating stories that a player can inhabit rather than just read or listen to.
Це моя мрія, завжди хотів працювати над розробкою ігор.
I'm in charge of all the game design documentation on the project and also helping managing the team and making sure everyone knows what to do and when to do.
The basic tasks for 3D artists in Starling are all two-dimensional segment of headquarters. For example, I mean UI, portraits, icons, and so on.
Зазвичай, коли я їду на роботу, в мене немає натхнення працювати, але як тільки заходжу в офіс, я бачу, як тут кипить, яку вулику. Можна сказати, буквально за декілька секунд ти опиняєшся в цьому вирі робочого процесу і натхнення приходить само собою.
In historical strategy games, the narrative allows for the dramatization of the historical events, which is not necessarily coming up with something fictional, but finding what's exciting about the historical events and bringing it to the forefront.
So everyone here wants to make the headquarters World War II better and better.
And here we are again. So I
Big
hope
respect.
that gave you an insight of the huge team that is currently working on headquarters World War II. And Mark, can you give us a little bit of an update about the development status of headquarters?
Yeah, sure. When the team are in the final stages of development of headquarters, which is a really exciting time in the game's creation. We're now able to play through all the various single-player missions. Actually getting some multiplayer action and skirmish action going is really, really good. It's really coming together. We've had the art pass. It's looking nearly sort of final game. It's really coming together. It's a really beautiful game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alexander, we want to know more about the game. So can you give us a bit of context? Where is it set? Why the name Headquarters?
Sure. So Headquarters World War II is a tactical level turn-based strategy game. And that means that you can expect a realistic scale and that your unit's positioning matters a lot and it's focused a lot on tactics. It's set during the Normandy landings and we have a 3 plot-driven campaign, the British one, the American and the German. And it also has a very flexible multiplayer for up to 4 players. So I hope you will enjoy playing it.
We'll see
multiplayer as well. That's cool.
Later what you're talking about.
Oh, no worries, operator.
But I think that we can
it's just
start
easier
from
to
the single-player campaign.
Link it to the top there.
We can see the video of the single-player campaign. And Mark and Alexander, do you want to tell us a bit more about that?
Yes. So what we're seeing here is the first mission in the German campaign. You're playing as the Germans, of course. The Allies have established a foothold in this small
fence,
town, and your task is to help the German garrison to hold down the town during D-Day. All the missions have a narrative that follows different characters, with you playing from the point of view of an officer on the battlefield. The footage we have at the moment that's just starting, it's the player starting to position his troops on the map. And as you can see, sort of top left, there's primary objectives is to sort of capture 3 key points in the town. So that there are primary and secondary objectives within each mission, and more objectives sort of tend to appear as the mission progresses. Alexander?
Yeah, so here you can see the allies who are landed fighting with allied German troops that you are going to help defend the town. And as you can see, there is some building collapsing, so I just wanted to bring up one of the key elements of the game, that is the
Yeah, it looks good.
destructible environment. So in the game there are a lot of environmental objects such as buildings, some fences, like, I don't know, tree lines, yards, high vegetation and so on. So all of that affects the gameplay, but a lot of that could also be destroyed by being bombarded either by the player or by his opponents. And basically the player has to adjust quickly to the changing situation on the battlefield. For example, if a house that your troops were positioned in has collapsed, you probably have to look for a better position and so on. So you really have to like follow what's happening and think in advance of what would you do if the position collapses and you have to switch it and so on. So here you can see some machine gun action. And as you can see, the infantry in the open is like really vulnerable, but there are some guys hiding behind the truck, so they have better protection, and now they will retaliate with some anti-tank rocket launchers. And you can see the building being damaged. Also, flamethrower units are really effective in close combat, but they better dealt with from afar.
Yeah, so these kind of games, turn-based, tactical
so
games,
another important part of the game, especially
they are fun for single player, but in multiplayer, from my experience, the player base kind of hard to keep attracted to the game unless there is constantly new content. But for single player, it might be good because it looks nice. It kind of giving me Sudden Strike vibes, but turn-based.
And you do carry an army through from mission to mission as well, so it's a nice replay.
Yeah, but we also made sure that this has like no snowball effect. So in this game it's okay to lose units, and like you're expected to lose some units because it's like really heavy like tactical battles. And here you can see some tank on tank action with like so there are like different types of hits possible. Like depending on how good your troops are positioned, etc. So you can see the combat log in the top right corner. And it's really important, especially with armored vehicles, to try to outflank or even attack from the rear, because historically tanks had thickest armor at the front and the weakest usually at the rear. So trying to outflank or get behind the enemy tanks would make your attacks much more efficient. So for example, here the tank in the back would have a better odds at shooting the enemy. But
okay, yeah, the graphics are really good actually.
That's there are actually a lot of factors to take into account. That's why we've added this like combat log feature, and you can also see the extended version for all the details. But it's also really easy to jump into the game, so it's like I would say it's easy to start playing the game, but there is really a lot of depth to it once you figure out the basics. So I would say it should be interesting to both like experienced veteran players and newcomers to genre. So I hope we'll give it a chance. And here you can see the enemy infantry hiding in the high vegetation, so it offers decent protection to the infantry hiding there, so it's quite difficult to take down. And here you can see with return fire they kill a couple of crew members in the scout car. So it's one of the another key mechanics is the crew mechanics. So each unit has up to 5 crew members, and basically
yeah, it could be a ton of fun, honestly. Fans of Warhammer. I have never really played Warhammer games. The only Warhammer title that I've played is Total War Warhammer. Yeah, that's about it. But I might check out their the one that they showed today. Warhammer 40k games. Yeah, they've shown a couple DLCs for their Warhammer 40k titles. But yeah, this game, it does look good. The graphics look nice. It's kind of giving me... what's that game called? Got the name. It kind of looks like Sudden Strike 4, but it's turn-based. So I don't know how the multiplayer aspect of it's going to be, but it could be a cool single player series. Like, it might be fun just to, you know, mess around in single player, just have a bit of fun. Because a lot of people don't like multiplayer strategy games, let's be honest.
And now should have easier time defending this town from
Oh,
the
it could be good.
allied
It
advance,
could be good.
but as you know, historically, inevitably, Germans had to fall back.
Thank you very much, Alexander and Mark. And that's not all for today about headquarters, because as Alexander was anticipating before, we are also going to see some footage from a multiplayer match.
Oh, here we go.
I think this is the first time that we reveal footage from the multiplayer. So, Mark, can you tell us a little bit more about that? What are the core gameplay mechanics of the multiplayer?
Yeah, sure. So the game comes with up to 4-player multiplayer. It's possible to play either through our PBM system, sort of our turn-based system, which can take many hours and days, but the team have also put together a live turn-based system as well. So you can play the game within an hour and everybody will play their turn one after another. I believe we're going to show footage from a live 4-player game. We have edited it down because I think the game was over an hour. I think Marco would probably kill us if we took that.
Maybe someone else too?
Yeah. Yes. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that we already saw a little bit of the video, but it's now time to see the multiplayer match. And Alexander, since you were one of the player of the multiplayer match, can you walk us through? We will not say if you won the match or not. We will find it out at the end of the video, but please, can you walk us through the match?
Sure. So here you can see one of the players setting up the game, so choosing the map, selecting how many players will there be, whether this is like human players or AI, what teams they are in. So here everyone is for himself, it's like free-for-all match. And here you can see like 4 victory conditions, different like turns limit, starting prestige, prestige income, also like you could set up the higher starting level for units, enable heroes and so on. So there are really lots of settings for you to play with. And here we're already in the match. So here is one of the players deploying his units. So you get some starting prestige and you can acquire any units and deploy them. And that would usually be your first turn. So here you can see a couple of other players who've already deployed their starting troops. But that's not the end of it. So as the game progresses, you gain more prestige and you can deploy more troops at any time. So here you can see my APC bringing infantry to capture this neutral flag. And this allows me to get some extra prestige income. So it's really important, as in many games, of course, to control the flags. And here they bring you not only one of the victory conditions, which is like whoever controls the most flags longer wins, but also they bring you extra prestige every turn. So it's really critical to control as many flags as possible. So you can deploy more troops and reinforce your position. So here we can see some of the skirmishes around one of the flags already starting. So, you know, the battle for control is ongoing now. So here you can see the red line is showing line of fire, so you can toggle it on and off. And here you could also see how it's affected by the terrain and by all the buildings and tree lines and everything. And you will also be able to see it change as the unit will start to move right now. You can see that it's taking into account all the terrain and everything. And
so
here you can see...
Alexander, so there's a number of sort of visual layers you can sort of switch on and off depending how you want to play. Sort of, there is fog of war. There is a sort of line of sight. You can have the grid.
Where are you from? I'm from the Netherlands, Lowington.
How much detail you want and information you want.
Yeah, exactly. And here you can see like one of the players deploying in the middle of the game and capturing some extra flags. And as Mark just pointed out as well, yeah, you can, like here you can see the grid, but
yeah, I mean, this looks pretty good. Like, it depends on how much the player base wants to play the game, obviously. But if they stick to the game, it could be a ton of fun. But he mentioned this match actually lasted more than an hour, which might, you know, throw some people off. Mainly because it's turn-based, obviously.
And here you can see.
But I mean, it looks entertaining. I'll give it a shot and get some videos out for you guys.
The enemy gun that was trying to ambush the Tiger tank before. So yeah, so you can also like zoom in and yeah, there are like yeah, so
when you're sort of saying zoom in, the camera control, you know, seems it's fairly easy to use. There is little on the mouse scroll. You can zoom in and zoom out with a little bit of extra sort of free camera move on top of that. So if you want to play from top down, you can do, but you can also sort of get in close and dirty to see things in more detail.
Yeah,
what
exactly.
the fuck? Lowington, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the sub, brother. I appreciate it.
Suit, like, different tastes, different situations in
You've been to Arnhem? Oh, Arnhem is really
sometimes
nice.
you want to zoom in more,
Great city to,
see the
like a
units
really
in
historic
detail,
city to visit for
some
sure.
battle going
But thank you so
on.
much, man. That was
Normally
definitely
you
very
would
kind.
play from
You don't need to sub, guys.
zoom, and then you can also zoom out.
I hope to be more active, so I hope to, you know,
tactical view to
deserve your subs again
better,
and follows. But thank you very much. That's very kind of you.
Plan your actions in advance. So here we can also see some skirmishes going on, and here you can see that this car with a machine gun cannot penetrate the front armor of more armored car, because you know, even if you land a perfect hit, that doesn't mean it would penetrate the enemy armor. That's why it's really important to have the right gun and, you know, the right angle to attack, and so the attack was deflected. Here you could have seen the scout unit deploying a smoke screen to basically hide his vehicle and give it extra protection.
Germans versus Germans? Yeah, this is a free-for-all, and I'm guessing they just didn't go historical, but you can play as the Americans, the British, and the Germans.
Alexander, the two icons to the right-hand side, the guy with the bugle and the saluting soldier, what exactly are those?
Yeah, so those are the HQ skills that you can see in the game, and yeah, so basically these two are, one is restoring units morale and another one restoring its crew, and basically you can use those on any of your units on the map, but then it will be on cooldown for a few turns. So it represents like you as a commanding officer and some of the options.
Elfwin, welcome, man. Welcome back, Elfwin. I appreciate it, my dude. You're very kind.
Once you've used one of these, they aren't available for a couple of turns, and that means that maybe you should have saved it for a
Lewington and Elfin, thank you both for the sub. I do appreciate Elfin for the 15 months total. I don't know how you got to 15 months, man. I've definitely not been streaming enough to deserve that. But yeah, so this game is a turn-based strategy game set in World War II. Graphics look good. The controls look quite organized in terms of HUD and everything. The mechanics seem nice, like there's layers of realism to it. Like, you know, side armor profiles, also some RNG. If you hit, it doesn't mean you're gonna pen. So it seems really interesting. They will have 3 playable campaigns, UK, US, and Germans. And it has multiplayer, so who knows? But yeah, once again, Elfin, thank you so much. And also Lewington for the brand new sub. Thank you, guys.
it uses the scout unit with assault attack.
Oh, sorry, I didn't respond to you, Lewington. I'm from
like a close combat attack where
near
if
Rotterdam.
You defeat the
Let's say
enemy,
that.
You also take the tile.
Just just south of Rotterdam, basically, outside of Rotterdam.
And so the central flag has just switched hands. Yeah, so here you can also see some battle against the Tiger tank, and as you can see, like frontal attacks don't work really well against that armor.
Let me show you guys the mini map.
Here I would also want to highlight this building because we can follow the different stages.
It looks good.
Of it's just being undamaged. Now it's sort of damaged. And if it's further attacked, it would collapse at some point. So, as I've said, all the buildings in the game are destructible, and you can do that in the match. And they also offer less protection when they are destroyed, so it's a good idea to collapse some of the buildings the enemy troops are occupying at their positions.
Yeah, Alexander, you were saying that you can when you set up multiplayer and skirmish maps, you can sort of have various options sort of switched on and off. Do you want to just sort of touch on a couple of those? I know there's the headquarters, but there's other things in there to sort of set up your multiplayer game.
Sure. So first of all, you can either play it as a skirmish, so without other players, just against the AI. But you could also play all the skirmish maps against other player opponents, and it's really flexible. So you have 4 victory conditions. Those are focused on capturing other players' starting bases, basically HQs. Then on controlling the flags for the most of the time. For controlling flags, you get victory points, and the first player to reach a certain amount wins.
Yeah, that looks fun.
Then
no, it looks good. I'll try it out.
Defeating all
Pensacola
the
with more depth of
troops,
combat plus nice graphics.
also
Yeah,
if
exactly.
you reach the
Yeah,
turn
Pensacola
limit
was also
without,
really good.
Fulfilling any of the.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that game. I played Pensacola quite a bit. It just wasn't really getting the traction I wanted. Mainly for how it played on the map. You were super zoomed out, and you had infantry the size of mountains basically playing across the map. But this looks much, smaller scale Company Heroes style.
And also rotating to certain directions, so it's really important.
But that's not too bad. But anyway, this guy is talking about the same thing for 20 minutes now. Let's go over to the schedule. So right now we're at Headquarters World War II. Looks good. It seems okay. I mean, it could be quite a lot of fun. After this, Field of Glory. Then we have a little tea room, tea room mingling. Then we're moving over to Ancient Arenas, Chariots, and then finally we have Broken Arrow. So we have a little under an hour. So we have about 54 minutes or so, give or take 50 minutes for Broken Arrow. And I do hope they show some actual gameplay from the player's POV instead of cinematic. No HUD gameplay, because that's what I want to see. I want to see some controls, see if they changed anything from when I played it, and so on. Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty good game. They showed some really interesting content so far.
You don't see unit, or you see it as some unit, but don't know the particular model. You know whether it's a gun, a tank, or an infantry, let's say, but no details on that. And then when you fully spotted that, you know all information about the enemy unit. So if you sometimes saw some red units, those are not fully discovered.
With the variety that you have, sort of setting up these kind of multiplayer missions and skirmishes, I think one of the key things that I've been enjoying is the reason. One of the reasons why it looks so gorgeous is you've got quite a powerful map editor that I believe is going to be released with the game as well. I know I've had a play on it already. So I think from a multiplayer point of view, being able to kind of create your own villages and your own sort of landscapes is quite a big part of this. Being able to kind of create beautiful environments and placing down your pigs and your cows and your chickens where you want as well.
Have you ever played the OG RTS Red Alert? Bro, I've played the crap out of those games.
And we're really looking forward
I've played
to
those
see,
so much.
what the players community can come up with all its creativity and potential for creating great maps to play. And also, if you feel that you could make a better map, it's always better to do the map you want and play it with your friends. So like, what could be better than that? So yeah, we are working on the editor tool, and so that you can make a map and then play it as a skirmish or multiplayer map with other people as well. So yeah, editor is a big part of the project, I would say. And here you can see that the tank missed
Oh yeah,
twice
yeah, no,
because
Warfare. I'm
the
also
enemy unit was
streaming on
behind the
Twitch,
tree line,
so this
it was
question
a
was
tough
asked on
target,
Twitch this time.
pinpoint. And here you can see
I'm multitasking right now. Alright?
The tanks are getting
We all over the
closer
place.
to one of the starting bases. So the
It looks
combat's
good. No,
heating
this
up.
game, it looks... I'm always skeptical with turn-based games because I've tried a lot of them and they kind of sucked, but this looks pretty
Who do you
interesting.
think's actually going to win this game then?
It's all good, Warfare.
Well,
We're just chilling.
that's not a fair question.
Those games gave me the bug for RTS, yeah. I have generals in there as well. The original
here,
generals,
you can see the,
Command and Conquer generals, with CD key and everything.
destroyed.
Still works.
And I think that's about
The funny thing is though, disc 1 is actually disc 2 because they put the wrong sticker on the disc.
No, Alexander, you didn't win.
I have the most unique Command and Conquer Generals game, probably.
Good job on this one, but I'll win another time. So.
Yeah.
I see you won. You won in the units lost, Alexander.
Yeah, that's where I'm best at, sure.
Yes.
We will see another match of the multiplayer one or another time, and I'm pretty sure that you're gonna win that match. So before going to the next game, we want to share some important news about headquarters. But Mark, I will leave you the pleasure to tell that to our community.
Sure. Well, I'm excited to say we have literally just opened up the sign-ups for headquarters beta phase. So if you head over to the Slitherine website and sign up, you'll be blowing up buildings and tanks and flaming infantry in a few days. So yeah, check that out. Go and sign up and you can have a play.
Website and sign up to Headquarters Beta. And also, Mark, can we also say that we are going to release this game next year? Can we say that? Or
I bloody well hope so, yes. It'll be kind of early next year.
Yeah. People are asking, so we want to reassure the community that yes, we are going to release next year. So
it's very playable at the moment, yeah.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, you can sign up to the beta, of course. And I think that our time is coming to an end. So before going to the next game, I want to thank you guys. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Alexander, for being with us from remote, of course. And so I want to say goodbye. And we are going to see in a few seconds another big game with Alberto, and it's Field of Glory Kingdoms. Bye!
Bye!
Cool. Lots of games coming out, man, in like Q1 2023. That's exciting. We have Broken Arrow, Company Heroes, Men of War. We have now this game, Headquarters. We have Starship, Terran Command. So many games. Lots of games. Gonna be a good year, I think, for RTS.
So, as Julia said, Field of Glory Kingdoms time. Field of Glory Kingdoms, for all those who don't know about it, is a 4X grand strategy game set in the medieval era. It's a sequel to Field of Glory Empires, and just like Field of Glory Empires, it's a WeGo game, which means simultaneous turn-based. We're about to connect with Neil McKenna, who is the producer for the game from Epsom. So let's see if we can talk with him. Well, I believe that they need a few more seconds in order to just make the switch. You know, unfortunately, Neil was supposed to come here, as Marco said before. But yeah, snow got in the way. Yeah, it happens. All right, so let's I think we are now live with Neil. So, hello, Neil.
Hello, Alberto.
Do they all live in the same house?
Myself on screen. Hello.
That's a positive thing.
It
So,
must
how
be
are
the
you
office,
doing?
right?
I am okay. I'm disappointed not to be there. I was really looking forward to coming to Milan. I had, I think, more to do than any
Yeah,
of
they
the
got
other
some sound
producers.
issues.
I should be not only talking about this, but about Chariots and Broken Arrow as well. So really disappointed to be missing out on what was a very big date in my diary. But here I am, so we will make the best of it.
You're having a LAN party?
Yeah, you know, we are very bummed down as well. But yeah, as you say, let's make the best out of it. So, can you give us a rundown of the game and how things are going with it?
Well, just as I was plugging in my headphones, I heard you saying, giving a very brief introduction to Kingdoms. So, Field of Glory Kingdoms is the follow-up to Field of Glory Empires, which released, I don't know, about 4 years ago, before I was here, certainly. A grand strategy game that was set in ancient times. Our game here, Kingdoms, is set at what you might call the birth of the medieval era. The game starts in 1054, right after the Great Schism between Western and Eastern Christianity, splitting between Catholic and Orthodox faith, an event which is still having repercussions today, you could say. There's a lot of finely poised campaigns going on at the moment. There's tension between Normandy and most of its neighbours. The Reconquista is shaping up in Spain. The Byzantine Empire is trying to fight off the Seljuk Turks. So there's a lot of finely poised power balances at the start of our game. As you were saying, we are a turn-based WeGo strategy game. WeGo is not something we do so much of, but it's one of our WeGo games. Up to 16 players can play simultaneously in multiplayer. As the map is showing here at the moment, we cover all of Europe, plenty of Middle Eastern countries, and an awful lot of North Africa as well. In comparison to Empires, we have more major nations this time. I think we have about 10 major nations, and the major nations this time, gameplay differs a lot more than it did in Empires. So the major nations, off the top of my head, England, Norway, France, the Rus, and so on, they all have very different gameplay styles. Venice too has a unique gameplay style. There's a lot of historical fidelity in the game. We've placed a premium on historical accuracy. I'm sure people will point out plenty of errors in the chat. But it's also worth noting that history here is not destiny. Normandy is not fated to conquer England, whatever happens. The Byzantine Empire is not fated to lose all of its lands. Good players will be able to achieve whatever result they intend to achieve.
Great. I'm really happy to hear about this starting date because it's a very interesting period in medieval history. It's curious that you mentioned Norway because, had things turned differently in 1066, maybe the King of Norway would have won the throne of England instead of William the Conqueror. All right, so...
Well, indeed, yes, and that's...
Yes.
I don't think this is
So
my
that's
kind
one
of
of
game,
the major turning points that history can shape
I've
up in
tried some of
different
these
ways
types of games.
throughout the game. All right, so my first question, in 4X games or grand strategy games in general, you tend to have this paint the map gameplay in which a faction starts to expand and then steamrolls and then just gets so big it basically doesn't have any real opponent anymore. So Field of Glory Empires had a specific system to address that. I'm just wondering if you can expand on it and if you can expand on how Field of Glory Kingdoms tackle the topic.
If I was doing sort of a proper marketing presentation, I'd probably also have mentioned that with Kingdoms, we're trying to take everything that was well received about Empires and build on that. We're not throwing all those things away and taking a new game. I think that one of the things that people liked most about Empires was the cultural and decadence mechanisms, whereby no nation could ever get easily or could never easily get too powerful.
No, when I look at these kind of games, It's too zoomed out. Like, that's what I don't like about them. Sure, like any Total War game, you will also have real life battles, right? That's what makes these games good, in my opinion. Only having the political side of it just kind of takes away from the experience. Like, even Hearts of Empire.
But you know,
Hearts of Empire?
how do you
Boy
prevent
4.
this mechanic to be frustrating for a player? I mean, you want to reward a player
Like,
for
that
being
is top
successful,
down,
you
but
want
it's
to
a bit
punish
less
hard.
Oh, absolutely.
less
we're not
microing this
preventing
much.
people doing
I don't know,
that.
it's just different.
Good players will still be able to turn the map whatever colour they want.
There's a lot of people playing it, so they, you know, they must have a reason.
Empires, and they will be able to do it here as well. But authority is what we're calling the mechanism this time. It's, I think, probably more of an integral part of the game than it was last time. There will be the tension between your authority, your ability to control your lands, versus the amount of territory you control, because you will need to control territory in order to evolve your government up to the next size. In order to reach the correct size to grow your government and grow a more powerful empire, you are essentially going to have to grow out of your comfort zone. So there's always going to be a difficulty between seizing the requisite amount of land and being able to control what you've grabbed.
Just let me get this right. In order to grow from one step of government to the next, you need to expand your country, right? But what if you're playing as a country which historically was very powerful but didn't expand much? I'm talking, for instance, of the Sea Republics of Genoa or Venice or other examples in medieval history. How does it work then? Does the game portray that?
Well, good
kind of
point
situation?
indeed. We first announced the game in Venice, didn't we? Venice had some land overseas. I think we controlled part of Greece, part of what's now Croatia and so on, but not an awful lot. Genoa, I think, was very localized, but also a very powerful republic, and indeed the two republics fought for supremacy in and around the Mediterranean for many, many years. Republics evolve differently. So maritime republics will not have to grab large amounts of land to expand. Their drivers to expand will be much more commercially based.
Basically, it's a type of
for governments to evolve.
So basically, it's a type of government that allows you to build tall and play vertically. That sounds very interesting.
Absolutely, yes. As I say, we placed a premium on historical accuracy, so it would seem somewhat bizarre for Venice to take control of what is nowadays Italy. In kingdoms, we have something like
God damn, that audio, man.
Government overall. We have a huge impact of different government styles. Many nations, groups of nations, have perks depending.
All right, what do we have after this? I don't really care too much about this title. So far, everything else is lies. All right. So we should be almost done with Fields of Glory Kingdoms. Then we're going back to the tea room. After that, we have Ancient Arenas, Chariots, and finally Broken Arrow. Again, Broken Arrow is set to release somewhere in 2023. Based on how it looked last time when we played it, well, I can't say too much. I'm hoping Q1, but I don't want them to release it too early. Maybe I'm actually hoping for like a closed beta or something with an NDA so we can like test it, and then you know, without an NDA after some updates and an open beta or something. Something really nice that they're doing with Headquarters World War II is signing up for a beta, which is really, really good, instead of just, you know, having to buy the game to get into the beta. I really dislike early access games that do it that way. You have to pay the full price to get to the test phase. Let us test it without paying for it, and then we can decide. I think that's a better marketing strategy. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Right, very interesting. You know, there was another aspect of the medieval era which should be prevalent in a strategy game set in the Middle Ages. I'm talking, of course, of dynasties and dynastic policies. So I believe we have another video to show you. But yeah, I want to ask you, how does the game handle dynasties?
So Dynasty again is it's a new part of the game. The Grand Campaign is 220 turns, each turn being a year long. So you're not playing as one character trying to seize control. You're playing as an empire, and as an empire, you are going to need a strong dynasty. A strong dynasty, the currency by which the success of your empire will be judged at the end of the campaign is legacy points. A strong dynasty is essential to that. I can see we're showing the screen here that shows our dynasty screen. We have sons and we have wives, first of all, rather, before we get to children. We have wives and courtesans. I'm not sure there are any courtesans on screen there, poor Antenne in France. Medieval times were even less enlightened than the times we live in today. And women exist in order to produce heirs. And we have sons and daughters too. Daughters, I'm afraid, it is their lot to be married off to other nobles and improve relations with other nations. Whereas sons form part of your lineage, they can succeed you. As I say, a strong, assured dynasty will increase the value of your legacy, which come the final reckoning at the end of the game will be very important.
You know, compared to Field of Glory Empires, I see that characters now have some attributes.
Yes, we touched on that in Empires, I think, but it's a much more defined part of the game now. So all rulers will have administrative attributes, military attributes, and piety attributes. We'll come to religion on its own later on because it's one of the big pillars of the game, but each is very important for gameplay. Each is as important as the other. Administration and military, I think, are fairly self-explanatory. They will allow you to run your empire more efficiently, make more money. Military allows you to recruit more units, cheaper cost, and so on and so forth. So the ability of your ruler is definitely part of the factor of their success as a ruler and their ability to create a dynasty.
So I just wanted to clarify one thing, because some of you might be wondering about it. In Field of Glory Kingdoms, you play as the country, you don't play as the dynasty. So this is a grand strategy game, it's not a role-playing game, although there are a few role-playing features. But yeah, you do play as a country, and in the case of what happens if you change your dynasty, if your heir gets assassinated, or if another dynasty takes over, what happens then?
Well, yes, well, the intrigue is indeed part of that. There are many, you have your wife, your courtesans, your sons and daughters, but you also have brothers and uncles as well. Once again, it's very male-centric. They can succeed you, they can be nobles to be part of your lineage. You can name them to specific posts. I think one of our new features, for example, is that you can create all these people a peer of the realm, when you can group a number of regions into a province, and by putting a peer in charge of that, that brings you various perks and bonuses as well. These people will have their own abilities, their own loyalty, their own treasury, so on and so forth.
So basically, you're saying that the character system doesn't only revolve around, you know, immediate dynasties and your heirs, but you know, it's a lot deeper than that. There are other types of characters.
Absolutely, yes. It's as we say, we're not making an RPG here, but yes, you have brothers, uncles. You even have nobles who are not related to you but are powerful, and you need to keep an eye on them overall as well. All of these people will have their own ambitions, their own sort of financial incentives, so on and so forth. So you'll know something about their loyalty, but not always everything.
Personal treasuries for these characters. So what can they use this treasury for?
Well, I suppose the main thing you can use it for, they can be somewhat dishonest with treasury. They can divert it towards funding their own armies as well. Which,
to be fair, I've not been the best with constant content output, but I do appreciate it though.
Quite a threat as well. Equally,
let's see what next year has in store for us, right?
Here or noble with a strong army could be a very realistic candidate to succeed you when the time comes. You may not have any sons, for example, or brothers, or you may have a weak son, 2 weak sons, brothers. So managing the succession is an important part of managing your dynasty and therefore managing the legacy, which is the measure of success ultimately.
All right, sounds great. This charter system is very interesting. So basically, what happens is that you need to watch over your shoulder for these loyal vassals, and dynasties can topple your ruling dynasty, which means, yes, you keep playing, but you know your country can get very weakened by this internal struggle. All right, so
indeed.
There's another gameplay mechanic that I want to mention. It represents a specific aspect of medieval era. I'm talking, of course, of religion. So, religion. How does the game handle religion, and how is it portrayed in Field Kingdoms?
Well, religion was obviously a huge part of everyday life in the medieval era, and it would not make sense to avoid that. We have 5 major religions. We have 5 main branches of the Abrahamic religion. So we have, as I've already mentioned, Eastern and Western Christianity. We have Sunni and Shia Islam, and we have Judaism as well. We also have, for added flavour, there's heretics who can spring up anywhere, including in your own territories, and there are various pagan nations as well. This isn't just, it's a fundamental part of the game. It's not just something to show. Each population in kingdoms is defined by its cultural group and its religion, which is a very important thing if you are seeking to conquer new territories. Religion is just yet another source of friction between you and your neighbours as well. So, religions running up against each other is an important part of the game.
So, depending on your neighbors' religions compared to your own, it can mean that basically you can have a target painted on your back, right?
Yes, but in medieval times in particular, with a few obvious exceptions, religions aren't generally rubbing up against each other cheek by jowl. If you're playing as England or Venice, then you're not going to be fighting against Orthodox Christians, let alone against Muslims. So unless you're playing really in Spain or in the Middle East, you're likely to be up against nations of the same religion. Declaring war against them will cost you authority, and one of the big new factors that we have here, given that we're depicting religion, we have holy wars and the papacy are factors in the game.
A specific role in the religious game in Field Kingdoms.
It looks nice as well, actually. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Sorry?
Does the Pope play a specific role in the religious game?
Oh yes, the Pope is, as again you would expect for the time, the Pope's power is extraordinary. The papacy can, for example, declare a crusade. We'll sort of come to holy wars shortly. A Pope can also excommunicate a nation. The favour of the papacy is hard to win, but very powerful. For example, if you are one of our new colleagues in Poland and you want to declare war against Lithuania, then trying to lean on the papacy to look less favourably on Lithuania will strengthen your hand. But each region, each nation has a piety value. You can't simply tell the Pope that Lithuania, in this example, are a bunch of heathens and you should go to war against them.
What can you tell us about crusades in Field Kingdoms?
So, crusade, it's a bit wider than that. In fact, we have a system for holy wars. So Christianity can crusade. Islam can declare jihad as well, and we'll see an example of that later. This can happen spontaneously, for example, if there's a large imbalance of power between the two faiths. I think we've excuse me, I think we've seen the religion screen, which shows the balance between Christianity and Islam. We have 5 holy cities in the game. So we have Jerusalem, which then is now being fought over by everyone. We have Medina and Mecca for Islam, and we have Constantinople and Rome for Christianity. When a holy war triggers, it's a bit like a mini world war. Two big groups of nations can fight against each other, and conflict can expand and keep dragging in other nations until enough time has elapsed and people get sick of it, or until one of the holy cities changes hands. When a war erupts, there will be a lot of special game rules that activate. You'll be able to pass through any Christian nation in times of crusading, for example, as if you had passage rights. Equally, you might see either Crusaders or Mujahideen appearing spontaneously in neighbouring territories, in your own territory. They have their own agendas, of course, and we also have knightly orders in the game.
Yes, I'm very curious about knightly orders, actually. You know, they were very influential in the era. I'm thinking, for instance, of the Templars. Everyone knows about them. So what can you tell us about knightly orders in the game?
Yes, I think one of the themes of the game is that everybody has their own motivations, whether they're your own potentially loyal or disloyal peers or knightly orders. Knightly orders are like power groups, almost like nations without land. They can implant over time in your own regions and create commanderies there, which they're both a blessing and a curse in many ways. They will keep you safe if you're on the front line territory. They increase your piety. They will help put down heresies, but equally they will happily draw away all your resources for their own needs. They all have their own agendas. They once the job that they have come to do is done, they may or may not choose to leave your territory afterwards.
Aren't you worried that this type of feature could be a bit invasive towards gameplay and towards the player's agenda?
Well,
and this is taking a long time. This is taking a big ol' long time. Well, they do have until 6, so fair enough. So we're practically done here with Field of Glory Kingdoms. Not my cup of tea, but so far what they've shown is pretty good. Yeah, they've talked about this game for too long, man. Like, you don't need to talk about it too long. We kind of know what type of game it's going to be. But anyways, so far what they've talked about is some really cool Warhammer 40k stuff. And what's my hair doing? Yeah, some really good Warhammer 40k. Starship Troopers Terran Command looks really, really good. There's even map editors, scenario editors, mods. New environment and campaign is also coming up, so I'm gonna check that game out for sure. That could be really a ton of fun. Distant Worlds 2 is a 4X game. Again, not quite my cup of tea, but you know, if you're into 4X games, could be good. Another one is Homeworld 3, so not by Slitherine, but by the other company. Another 4X game. Headquarters World War II, a turn-based World War II strategy game with multiplayer somehow. Great graphics, but yes, turn-based. So what is gonna be the longevity of the game, we don't really know, or how's the multiplayer going to be. Field of Glory Kingdoms is this one. Yeah, definitely not for me, and they've talked about it for too long now. It feels like, well, kind of like a lecture. It's a bit too long. Ancient Arenas Chariots. Yeah, they are only taking 20 minutes for it, mainly because it's literally a chariot racing game back in Roman times. And then finally we have Broken Arrow. So yeah, let's see how that goes. Super hyped for Homeworld, hope they don't mess it up. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to it as well. I've never been into 4X games, but Homeworld definitely looks like a good one to, you know, start with. Here we go, we're back.
Last major topic that I want to ask you about.
Nope, never mind, we're not back. But yeah, Homeworld could be a good one. The only Homeworld game I played was Deserts of Karak. really, really good. That game was so good. It was so much fun. Is it not 4x? Okay, that's good then. Yeah, I don't. 4x is a bit, you know, too much brain power. But yeah, I'll make a video on that as well. I haven't dug into it too much. But yeah, Deserts of Karak is the only homeworld game I played. It's like an RTS version of it. Amazing game. Campaign was amazing. Multiplayer was fun while it lasted, but it didn't really last long. Like I'm talking 2, maybe 3 weeks. Mainly because of the lack of units, I would say. That really was a big thing. You didn't really have much to go with.
We have the Grand Campaign.
It's on my list, so this week is going to be a busy one, so I am planning on getting some content for these games. Definitely Starship Terran Command, I'll make some videos on it. Headquarters World War II, I'll make a video on it.
But just because it's
Broken Arrow, obviously, if they show some good gameplay video. And after that, I'm going to go into Homeworld 3 and a bunch of the other games that I planned on making a video on. So this week will be a busy one for sure.
Excuse me. As you can see, it's set in 1087.
Alright, you got 2 minutes.
So
Come on.
This is 1 year after the Battle of Sagrachas. The King of Castile, Alphonse, had some success.
Sorry about that.
Against the Taifas kingdoms in Spain. These were the European Muslims who ruled much of the peninsula in the time. The Taifas, in order to gain back their lands, looked to the south to what is now Morocco, called in the Almoravids to help them, and the Taifas declared a jihad. So this campaign is another illustration of a holy war. The Almoravids arrived, the Christian invaders were pushed back, and here our scenario begins.
If you play as the Taifas, won't it be a bit easy if you can just call your big brother, the Almoravids, to help you and they just win the war for you?
Well, I do keep saying that it's not just your enemies that you have to look out for in this game, you have to look out for your friends as well. There was something of a division of values between the Taifas and the Almoravids. The Almoravids thought the Taifas were too soft, too Europeanized, not devout enough. So once they get there, they push back the Christian invaders, but then realizing how weak the Taifas are, or they feel they are, they start taking their lands too.
Fun. All right, so this is a 3 ways scenario. So you have the Taifas, the Almoravids, and Castile.
Yeah, we're looking at making it a 4-way scenario, in fact, at the moment. So, yes, we have the Castilians, and we have the Taifas, and we have the Almoravids, but it's called the El Cid scenario. And we are looking to make El Cid.
Time out, brother. Not our cup of tea. It's 1 pass now. We need to get going. We need to get going with the next game. We got chariot racing and shit. Come on. Yeah, I don't know. If you're into this kind of game, definitely check it out. Probably most of you aren't, to be honest. If you're, you know, my viewer, or you like the content I post, definitely not gonna be for you. It's a bit too much. It almost feels like I need to put on my reading glasses. You know, get a cardigan, some nice flannel jeans or flannel pants, and then get a sippy cup and a Go-Gurt. What's up, Pius? What you doing, man? Hope you're doing good. We got Broken Arrow content in 18 minutes apparently, but they've been talking about this game for 35 now. All right. But yeah, we'll see what. I hope they show some actual content, like actual gameplay footage. That would be nice.
Pertaining to the situation which they find themselves in. And there's also a sort of cohesion bonus between the sort of various small Christian nations within Spain and Portugal, which allows the easy setup of Knights Templar and Spanish knightly orders. Another boon in the fight against the Muslim enemy. However, as we've said, knightly orders can be almost as problematic as they can be helpful.
All right. Just one last question about this El Cid scenario. So back to Typhus and El Cid, are there any more specificities about these factions that you want to share with us? Any sort of unique aspect to them?
Well, El Cid, I think, is interesting because he doesn't play like a normal faction. He roams the land like a holy order. He will have the goal, as he did in real life, of making Kingdom of Valencia his personal lands. So he has a few tools to make playing with him interesting. He has no lands, so he can recruit some units directly where he is, as he did. I mean, he's viewed as a national liberator hero in Spain nowadays, but he changed allegiance from Christian to Muslim in the past, and he can do that here, albeit at a cost of authority. And I think perhaps most interestingly for El Cid, he can attack without a declaration of war and just go straight in. So most of the time, in a turn-based game, you need to declare war in one turn, and then the state of war exists in the next turn, whereas El Cid can just turn like that and declare war and start fighting, albeit once again at a cost of authority. It's a excuse me, still getting over COVID. It's a difficult situation for the Typhus. A lot of the
I've been talking to myself.
Probably.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that they show gameplay from like main menu. You select your units that you want to play with. You build your battle group, whatever your division, your deck. You go into a skirmish or whatever. You go through spawning your units, go through a fight, calling in jets. I want to see some naval action. And then, how does it look after? Like when it finishes? How does the menu look? How does the HUD look? If they just show another teaser with cinematic camera, I'll be very disappointed. But if they do, I'll send a message.
Sounds good.
Asking for footage.
So before we wrap up,
don't worry.
Let me just ask you: is there anything else that you want to share with us today about Field of Glory Kingdoms and where we're at with development right now? What can we expect to see in the coming months?
Well, it's an interesting game because of the way we've gone about development. We showed it in Venice, which was 7 months ago now. It was sort of a brief introduction to the game. We've been working very hard on it since then. A lot of artwork has gone into the game. You saw the Dynasty screens there, for example. A lot of art power has gone into those. A lot of work's gone into creating the regional decisions. We haven't shown an awful lot of games since, so it's been very quiet. But pleasingly, we're now at a point where we are almost ready for beta. So today we are opening beta signups. And we expect the beta to be available within a few short weeks, so that people will be able
Come on, move.
That sounds great.
Time up, man. 5 minutes.
Anyone wants
6
to
minutes.
open in the beta, feel free to sign up. We are looking for testers. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing more of the game. Neil, I really want to thank you for taking part in this presentation. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, very nice presentation, man.
Today, but there's always a time, and
me too.
Hopefully next time you will be.
The slides were good, but keep it below 30.
Thanks, Alberto.
Thank you, Neil. All right, so that's it for Field of Glory Kingdoms. We'll be back soon with more news about the game, so stay tuned. I just want to pass the ball back to Julia and the tea room, so we'll be back with more news very, very soon. Bye-bye.
My God, dude. Alienware ad. Pretty good music. So we got Ancient Arenas and Broken Arrow next.
And we are back here. Hello, everybody. I hope you're enjoying our live streaming. I'm here with Edmund, that you saw before playing with Master of Magic. Hello, Edmund.
Hello, everyone.
You must know
no
that
pressure.
no pressure, of course. You must know that while we were here talking about great games, Edmund was there to read your comments, to answer to some of your questions, and also to collect some pretty interesting things that we will talk about now. Questions and also funny comments about our live streaming. First of all, the first question or better say, the first thing that one of our community members wrote was that regarding Master of Magic, he still have his printed manual.
Yeah, so you best hold on to that because...
Yes, so the 1944 one, of course. 1994
Printed manual?
one,
Jesus.
Of course.
Yeah, it's probably still about 95% accurate. So he's got the Prima strategy guide. You can still use it. So who knew you would keep getting value out of that 25 years later?
Wow, that's a great.
That's pretty cool. Are we there yet? Yeah, we're there.
Also wonderful that he kept this manual for so long. And
technically, they have 11
Master of
minutes.
Magic is as old as I am, so. Great. And
I'm not touching that one, folks.
Also,
don't do it, brother.
About Slitherine team that we are before. One of our member of the community told that this music he's making, he wants to visit a dinosaur-themed park.
Yeah. So when it comes to the Slitherine theme tune, we spared no expense.
And then a question I can answer. They asked where they can buy Master of Magic, which would have been.
You're going insane
price.
soon? See all in the asylum?
Of course, you can.
Yeah,
buy
I'll meet
Master
you there,
of
man.
Magic
I'll be at
and
the door
all
for you.
Our games released today, Sister of Battle and Adepta Sororitas, on Steam and on our third-party store like GOG and so on. And so have a look on them to buy Master of Magic, and also on our website, of course. And you can also check for some interesting bundles. So have a look to Steam and our website to know more. And then another question, maybe Edmund can answer, that is about Warhammer. What improvements will come to planetary supremacy?
So we can't talk about what improvements are going to come just yet, but the development team, and they've also said this on our forums, they're going to make that a strong focus in the near future. So those of you who are holding out for more planetary supremacy action, it should be coming in the near future. So I hope you look forward to it.
Great, that's great. And then you also collect something one of our followers said about the Starship Troopers Terran Command. He wrote, "Sounds like a really good fun. Much love, Slitherine." Thank you, thank you. You made Starship Troopers franchise proud, in my opinion. That's something really huge. We are really happy about that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's they really focused on making the game fun. That was the thing, and
we're
it's
getting
a
there.
real
Warfare
love letter to the film. So it's great to hear those kind of comments, because that's what the developers really wanted to achieve. And so to hear those comments really powers them along as they continue to add and improve the game.
Yes, that's great. Great. Thank you, Ed. And thank you guys for following us. Keep following us and to follow us on our social media channels, on our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, everywhere you can find us. And now I will pass the ball to the main stage. So we will see you later. And bye-bye, Edmund.
Bye-bye.
Let's go with Ancient Arenas Chariots.
Hell yeah, brother! Alright. We're finally moving on to some games, man. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they need some audio work, dude. Need for Speed Chariots. Oh, life. Oh shit, okay. Life or death kind of thing.
Now, I'm the biggest, the world biggest fan of Quadriga, so I'm super excited to be here with Patrick now.
Hello, thanks for having me today.
Patrick is running our studio over in Poland, in Warsaw, and so you're looking after Ancient Arenas and, of course, Stargate as well. Before we jump into the game, let me tell you a couple of things. Now, Ancient Arenas Chariots, of course, is a game that starts on the back of the success of Quadriga, and we've been working very hard to make it a very modern experience. And instead of just following on the original one, we're sort of try to bring it to the next level. And bringing it to the next level means that I think we've sort of noticed from the little intro trailer, that we're trying to make it fast-paced and super exciting. The chariot racing wasn't really boring, and somehow it wasn't a very strategic type of race. It was gritty, it was fierce, and it was super hard work for the Aurigas. So what we've seen here is the main art of the game, and that we've just put together with our team in Ukraine. And we have, what we're trying to achieve here is trying to give it a modern feel, and also sort of take it to a NASCAR type of look and feel as well. Because that was the chariot racing at the time. It was very
hot take,
and very hard.
But modern day NASCAR is basically a ripoff of old school chariot racing.
Injuries. It was a real sport, but it was not a sport that you would practice nowadays. Now, Patrick, what did you bring to us today?
So today I would like to show you footage of one of our game modes. It's called Quick Race. It's a game mode where we can set up everything from every kind of detail we want to do in the race. For example, we can choose the region where we're gonna race during this one particular race. It's a one-time race, and we can set up mostly everything. If we can see the footage.
Yeah, let's try and run the footage and see what you have brought to us.
Yes, so this is the main lobby of creating the quick race and for the start we choose one of four main regions. Regions differs between them with the pool of races that are available there. As we can see, races differs mostly in amount of lanes we have on the track. So here we're gonna choose Spain. It's one of my favorite regions because of unique visuals the Spain region has by itself. And I think we're going for the 4 lanes track. So that means we're gonna have 4 different chariots going one next to each other. We can set up how many laps we're gonna do during the race, because sometimes in the fierce sport, which horse racing, chariot racing was, surviving is a key part. Also, here we can set up if we want to have some obstacles on the track, because not always the track was in a pristine quality.
What is an obstacle on the track?
It can be everything, like a puddle of water, or maybe some kind of stones.
It's hard to make games. Oh yeah, for sure.
Because they didn't.
This could be a fun game, like just to play around with some friends once in a while.
So if we could pause the video a little bit.
Not everything needs to be
we were picking as well
AAA
if we
game.
want to play in the dynamic mode or
they're not pausing the video. There's no pausing.
In the turn-based mode.
Yes, can we pause the video?
Play the game in
like,
the turns,
no.
When at the end of the turn time stops, and in the dynamic mode the time never slows so badly, so we have to make a quick decision. So here
Thank
we
God
have
they don't pause the game,
footage
like,
of how we pick a chariot.
people have stuff to do,
there
man.
are a few different setups we can pick. and the differences between those setups are two major things. One of them is a set of skills that our Auriga has. Some of them are able to maybe crash into another chariot in the lane next to it. Others are able to whip the enemy horses to make them go faster. And some of them are able to be the fastest one driver on the track. So the other difference between them is the basic flat stats they have, how fast they will accelerate, how well they will brake, and how much damage will they actually do to the enemies while attacking them. So yeah, we decided to go with a setup that has that cool wolf pelt helmet. It's one of my favorites, so I decided, why not, I will go with it. This one particular Auriga cannot go too fast. He cannot double whip the horses to make them go faster, but he's really good at attacking the enemies, which I will use later on in the gameplay. So when we choose our Auriga, we also choose the AI players that will take part during the race, and we are ready to go. So on the track, we are starting this race from the lines. We can see who are our opponents right here. We can see what is their sigil.
Broken Arrow delayed. Yeah, a little bit. They took a bit too much time with
now I'm choosing the first
Field of Glory or whatever.
We can see
just a couple minutes.
How far will I go by choosing this one or this one. Here I have a choice between the normal acceleration and whipping. Whipping is gonna take me more further and
Broken
faster,
Arrow, Riot.
but whipping your own horses may
I think most of the viewers on their website, on their Twitch, is also mainly just interested in that game.
Here we can see that we have a dynamic camera. We can change angles of it. We can see everything from behind of our Auriga. I will have fun a little bit with it to show you that you can adjust it however you want to capture the best moments. So after this, I have to make the decision because the corner, the curve is coming to us, and I have to decide if I want to accelerate to go faster, or maybe this time I will decide to take a fight, because I cannot go left, I cannot go right, I cannot change the lane. So how about making it worse for my opponents? So I decided to whip my enemy, because the curve is
you
close,
can say that
and
now?
sometimes going too fast is not good for them. Oh, this time I slowed him down, because I can decide if I want to make him faster, to make him maybe roll over on the curve, or make him slower this time. Yes, and now we are going to one of the most important decisions in the game. How do I want to play it on the curve? Because, as I said before, going too fast may cause me to roll over. I don't want it, so I've decided to pick a control stance, which allows me to control my horses, because when I go too fast, my horses might slip to the track next to me. And here I am again, stuck between two enemies. What I'm gonna do? I decided this time to slow down the right one.
Just
because
whip 'em.
I'm faster than the chariot on my left. I eliminated the enemy on the right, and now I'm gonna do a little trick. I will try to block the enemy on the left. This way,
That's what I'm talking about.
not gonna, for sure, not gonna pass me in his next turn. But now I'm going really, really fast. What I'm gonna do, because I'm on the most inner lane of the track, it might be risky for me to go this fast on the track, but sometimes a little bit of luck is really needed. And I'm just taking a risky decision, because I know that looking at the minimap, I can see that most of the competition is behind me, but there are these two guys that can catch up to me, and I'm trying to take that risky decision. Okay, let's go full speed, most inner track, and I wish the best if I manage to survive it. And luckily, I did it. My chariot got a little bit damaged. I lost a little bit of my speed, but that was the risk I took in order to gain advantage over the enemies. Now, I tried to block my enemy again, but he was smart and decided to go to the track on the left. So my decisions are, he's going fast, I need to block him again. And this time, again, I managed to do this. He's whipping his horses, but because of me blocking him, he's not able to
Can you tune suspension on those horses?
So, yeah, I was trying to catch some cool views with our dynamic camera. It's one of the features
Probably,
I really like, because catching the cool moments is what we
I don't know this.
Racing, and
I wouldn't pay more than $5 for this kind of game.
Our way of
And if I were to play it, it would be like with 6 other friends,
really
just to screw around, just to horse around, pun intended.
Risky moment again. And this is one of
and then
my
just have
favorite
some fun
moments of
times.
this footage. We can see me going on the curve, really bouncing a little bit to the right, trying to hold on as much as I can. And with this move,
What? Chat in Discord?
I will ensure that
Broken
I
if
will
they
be
remove
best
Broken
one
Arrow,
of
I'll go crazy.
2 more straights, and the eternal glory is ours.
Hold up.
Right now, I'm trying to. That's my favorite tactic, actually. To
Broken
block
Arrow
the
in
enemy
like 10
way,
minutes.
so they won't be
Boom.
able.
No, it's fine. It should be
to
fine.
Go past me, because he's going faster than me, because he picked up the setup that it's much.
Yeah,
faster
everyone here is
than
for Broken
mine.
Arrow, dude.
So I have to use some tactics in order to block him. Don't let him to pass me. He was forced to go outside.
I don't know.
So it's really good for
I've
me,
spoken to the
because
lead dev.
going
He hasn't
outside,
said anything
most
yet.
Outside circle.
Yeah, he seems
makes
fine.
Him go much longer way.
Usually keeps us informed.
So once again, taking the curve this time is much safer, because this is not the most inner one. And the final straight for me, Eternal Glory, just in a 2 more moves, is ours. The public is cheering for us. We are whipping horses a little
Oh, you
bit
mean the
just to
release
make
date?
it much
Or
faster.
whatever. Broken Arrow will be next.
Victory!
Oh, yeah, that's really cool.
I mean, it's good that they're delaying the actual release. That's fine. All right, let's go.
It's really looking exciting, and I have to say, it's really cool to see the AI working against you. But you know, that is one question, and you know that's the most
Epic
important one. What
gameplay
you're working on for multiplayer?
Yes, the multiplayer, we will have the multiplayer implemented. We will be able to race with our friends, just as I raced with AI right now. We can set up everything we want, every race every detail of the race we want, and we can create our own, I don't know, league even. If we want to race with our friends, take some notes, everybody agrees to certain setups, and we can race with them.
All right. Well, that's great. And how far are we from the end of the development
I'll
cycle?
remove my camera when
Take
Broken
a
Arrow comes
guess.
in.
Take a guess. I believe in the next year, at the beginning, we will try to do some testing. So, yeah, in the next year, beginning of the next year, the game will be there to test it, and in the future, soon.
So beta testing coming soon for Ancient Arenas Chariots. It's a really exciting game, something that goes a little bit outside of the boundaries of our traditional games, but I'm really excited about it. So good luck also for Slitherine Poland and all the new exciting adventures that you have ahead of you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And we're going to have Broken Arrow coming up.
Oh yeah,
So
okay,
going
finally.
From, horse chariot racing to something
I'll remove my
a bit more
camera so you
modern
guys
and
can see everything.
contemporary. I can see Felix waiting on the other side of the room. So without further ado, let's take a look.
Let's fucking go.
Broken Arrow.
That's Chariots. Man, Broken Arrow went back in time? God damn. That's some sick tanks, bro. If it's cinematic shit, I'm raging. Yeah, if it's only cinematic stuff, guys, I'm going to lose my shit. I want to see some gameplay. If it's cinematic, I'm DMing the lead developer right now. He'll get the message on stream.
And welcome back with Broken Arrow. I'm here with a special guest, Félix Haber.
Hello.
So, many of you might remember when we showcased the Broken Arrow last year, we had an amazing response, such an amazing feedback. There is so much anticipation about the game. So, my first question, Felix, how is development going? So, what can we expect to see next and where we're at with development?
Well, actually, it's going really well. We've made a lot of progress since last year. We have almost all our gameplay mechanics ready at the moment. And we have almost all the maps as well. We are now working on well, improving the UI, the user experience with the interface. Well, the things that are left to do are to work on the improvement of the performance of the game, the multiplayer performance and stuff like this. This summer we have conducted a multiplayer playtest with our Patreon members, so they have been able to put their hands on the game for a bit more than a week.
Me too.
Well, they have tested a basic multiplayer situation, and this was an important milestone for us because this was the first time people external to the studio had their hands on the game, and so the
losing to a technical issue.
You're losing parts.
Yes.
So yeah, it's an important milestone for us because we wanted. Well, we had feedback from them, and the feedback was really positive. So this has reassured us that we were in the right direction. So we continue to work in this direction, and yeah, so that's where we are now. And finally, I think we can announce that everybody will be able to play a demo version of the game in the following months. So
oh shit!
I'm not telling too much now. There will be more information coming early next year. So yeah, that's where we are. You're ready?
Yes, we finally fixed my microphone. Sorry guys, dangers of a live show. But yeah, we fixed this. You know, it's like game development sometimes. This happens. All right, so without further ado, what are we going to show today?
So first we are going to show a small trailer video about, this is the first video of a series of 8 videos we're making about deck specializations. So deck specializations, let's go back to what they are. One important part of the game is the army building part, where you select units that you will use during the battle, and the type of units, the roster of unit that will be available to you depends on the specializations that you have selected. So the first one is the US Marine Corps that we will present right now.
So let's watch it.
Let's go, boys, let's go. USMC. Fuck. Oh, come on. Why is it... Don't do this to me, man. Yeah, I'll check the Discord after this real quick. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, we'll look at the video from a different source if it keeps lagging like this. Thank you so much, Pies. Damn. $10. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm losing my shit. Yeah, no, it's not.
Surprise,
it's not.
motherfucker.
My god, dude.
I knew Bolt before it was cool.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, no, it's not me. Tell Pies he's a Pies, no one told me to tell you that you're a bitch. But yeah, this is not me, guys. This is you know, their side that is fucking up right now. Yeah, it's laggy. See? It's not just me. I'll have videos on my channel afterwards. Don't worry, guys.
Surprise, motherfucker.
We stormed the HQ together.
Dude, Pies, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it, brother. I think they're streaming that. I don't know where they're streaming this from. All other footage was nice. Maybe it's too high quality or something. And VLC player is just having a shit. Oh, for fuck's sake. Coming back. Okay, they're saying that they're coming back soon. They're having some issues. Dude, I bet. Let me message. Let me see their Discord real quick. Just play the vid. Oh shit. Didn't know you sent that. I'll do that instead. Yeah, let's go to the video, guys. Thank you, Nolan. I didn't know this shit will last this long. Let's go over to the video. Look at it with fucking... let's not do 4K. But look at it ourselves, because the Twitch is taking a big dumpy. Let's just make sure we pause that. Yeah, okay, that's completely gone. Alright. Alright, let's look at it. Jesus. Guys, it is cinematic, but it's from in-game footage. So it's not like what you will see, but it is actually what you can see. You just remove the HUD. So this is what you'll see. So it's pretty good, but there is more footage. Don't worry. It's 1 of 6.
Send the money to the devs so they can afford to stream. Nolan, I don't care you broke your elbow.
Alright, that's sick. Pies, fucking crazy, dude. Thank you so much, man. $30. God damn. Really appreciate it, dude. Oh boy. 125. Is there anything else? Yeah, no, that's literally it. Let's go back to their Twitch, see what's going on here. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's still lagging. Yikes. Yeah, that's still taking a big dump. I'm guessing they have some technical issues. Maybe? Oh yeah. Yeah, they got some big ol' issues. Let's just, let's see what if their YouTube is gonna say. Is it just Twitch? Yeah, okay, so it seems to be just Twitch. Let's just look at it from here. Oh yeah, thank you, Pies. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, the quality, for some reason, on YouTube looks even worse, but let's just go with it. So we're seeing some really good things. The quality looks great. The grass, I know it sounds dumb, but the grass on the original video, not this stream, but there it looks amazing. Yeah, Pius does cheat on Civ 6 with his duping stuff. Off-spray Drift King. I might have missed that again. Yeah, I missed that again. Fuck. Let's go check that out. Yeah, dude, that is sick. Let's stay here, see what they have to say for us. That is cool. Back live soon. Alright. Cool. Okay, okay. I mean, Rush on PC, I mean, what did you say again? There should have been a beta in November, but they released it. Or delayed it. Okay. Pies. God damn it, dude. Crazy motherfucker. I'm checking out their Discord right now. I mean, Nolan does suck at Tarkov, let's be honest here. No, I'm just kidding. Or maybe he does, I don't know. We haven't played since...
Surprise, motherfucker!
2019 or something.
I've sent another 20 to say Nolan is bad at Civ and Tarkov.
Thank you so much, Pies. You're crazy, dude. Just stop, alright? Stop it. I'm gonna get the government, like, checking my income and taxing the crap out of me now. I'm not seeing any discussions on anything right now.
Alright,
oh,
we're back. Sorry for these technical issues. They tell me that it's related to Twitch server issues, so it's not even up to us, but yeah, we're in the process of finding a solution. Apparently, we were live anyway on YouTube and Facebook, so that should be fine. I'm not sure if everyone was able to look at the video, but we're looking into showing it to you as soon as possible. In the meantime, I believe that we have some screenshots to share with you from the trailer and from the new U.S. Marines units, and I wanted to ask you to elaborate a bit more on the Marines specialization and the different units that they can have in Broken Arrow.
Yep. So generally, the Marine specialization is very versatile specializations. They are much more specialized, but we will reveal them later. They have, so I'll go category by category of the deck. So we have in the recon, well, let's go by screenshot in that case. So this is a V22 Osprey. That will be in the helicopter section. This is a very fast helicopter because it has tilting rotors. It can bring these troops on the battlefield. Like it can transport infantry to the battlefield. This is the fastest
Very generous
in the game.
Today. Thank you so much.
So if you need to make an early deployment,
you're too kind,
this is the helicopter to go. So other helicopters that are present for the Marines, we have the series of the H1.
It looks nice.
So the latest version,
which
are more like the H1W, which is the Super Cobra, and H1Z, the latest version, which is the Viper Cobra, well, Viper, period. And so these helicopters, they can be equipped with different loadouts. You will select not pylons per pylons, but per symmetrical pairs of pylons. What you put on them, so it can be rocket pods, 70mm Hydra rocket pods, in the unguided version, also in the guided version, which is called by the nice nickname of APKWS. And you can also put the Hellfire missile in them, so it's a top attack anti-tank missile. And depending on the version of the Cobra, you will have some extra flares or countermeasures that you can install on it, and eventually some M9 based missiles, so either anti-air missiles or also the AGM-122, so the sidearm anti-radiation missile. So we have this kind of helicopters. We also have heavy transport helicopters like the CH-53 King Stallion, so the K version. There are also lighter helicopters for recon. You have the UH-1 series in its latest version, the Venom. So it's much lighter. You can put just a few rockets, miniguns on the side port eventually. So that's approximately it for helicopters. As you can see, it's a lot of variation. You have small, big, heavy transport. The heavy transport helicopters can carry vehicles they can sling vehicles on the battlefield. And in addition to that, so the Marines, they use LAV-25 type of vehicle, so it's the recon vehicle of the Marines with a 25mm Bushmaster autocannon. They also have very specific transport, like currently the screenshot is a AVP-7, so it's like a big battle barge with, full of Marines. That it's an amphibious vehicle. Yeah, by the way, amphibious is the specialty of the Marines.
Of course.
I didn't mention that.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it's straightforward. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we have amphibious capability in the game, and the Marines are really the best at that. Mm-hmm. We also have the replacement of this vehicle, which is a wheeled vehicle, and the name is escaping me. I think it's the ACV, Armored Combat Vehicle, I think.
Well, I'm pretty sure that some fans in the chat can...
Yeah, they will correct me or stuff like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the ACV because there is 30, so ACV, there's the basic new battle barge version, but there's also one with the 30mm turret that can be installed on top. So that's quite an upgrade for this vehicle. So these are the main transport. You also have trucks and stuff like that. I won't go in the details of absolutely every unit.
Yeah.
And they transport with infantry. So what kind of infantry does the Marine Corps bring? They have mainly the backbone of this specialization is the Marine Rifle Squad, which is a 30-man rifle squad equipped with M27 rifles, plus Carl Gustav and, well, designated marksman rifle and stuff like this. So, but mainly like the new rifle that they got recently, plus the Carl Gustav. We also have more specialized units for that. So the guy carrying the small rocket launcher, so a smaller squad with dedicated to to support, like it's both anti-tank and anti-infantry rockets, so you're a bit of a glass cannon with this guy. Less people, but much more firepower. And then all the support stuff.
That sounds good. I like the modularity of units, for sure. You can kind of mix different units together, you can customize vehicles.
You have, well, dedicated infantry recon with the Marines Force Recon. We also have the Scout Sniper as a unit, which is super stealthy. People imagine the sniper as the killing machine, but generally in practice it's not. You just have yes, a good rifle, but just a rifle, so when you're fighting tanks and stuff like that, the role of the sniper is mostly to stay as stealthy as possible, sneak in the enemy lines, use laser designation to point bombs or missiles very precisely on
laser designated
to
bombs and missiles.
First shot kill.
Cruise missiles confirmed.
And once again, I mentioned the LAV-25, which is in the recon section.
No, that's cool.
We also have an interesting drone in this with the Fire Scoot. It's a little drone unmanned helicopter that is used for recon. And we also have the Triton or Triton, I don't know how it's pronounced in English, sorry.
Probably Triton. I don't know, I'm not sure though.
Which is like much more high altitude drone, unarmed, that is really here to give you information on battlefield. And finally, very interesting category for the USMC is the number of planes they have. Because, in fact, for the USMC, we have also added some units of the US Navy to them, because it fitted very well together. And so you have the US Marines planes, so the old Harrier planes that are currently being replaced. You have the F-35 to F-35B in the case of the USMC that is replacing the Harrier. So it's the stealth fighter, but with vertical takeoff, because Marines don't have aircraft carrier, they just have generally helicopter carriers, so they need a plane that is able to take off vertically or on a very short runway. And so we have added a few more planes because that was a bit meager for them, so we have some Navy planes. So we have the Hornet, which are Marines planes starting from bases or from carriers, but we also have the Super Hornet, so the biggest version of the F-18, because that was a bit meager for them, so we have of the Super Hornet, like the Growler, which is a seed plane, so suppression of enemy air defense or destruction of enemy air defense. So it's a plane dedicated to the destruction of enemy anti-air. So a bit of a counter to the counter. And we have, speaking of the Navy SEALs, which are I guess that was a good addition to them. And yeah, that's it. Oh no, I forgot support. In support we have stuff like, let's start from the basic. We have the LAV M for mortar, so 80 millimeter mortar on the LAV platform. We also have the LAV AD. This one is a prototype that never made it into production, but we included it anyway because it was working. It was in testing phase. It just got cut because of budgetary reason. So LAV AD, it's a LAV platform with I think it's 25 millimeter Gatling gun plus 8 Stinger missiles. So good anti-air. It's a SHORAD platform that the Marines will have. And in terms of artillery, we have the HIMARS that got a lot of publicity recently. Plus we have ground-launched Tomahawk also that are very interesting to play. So it's
Tomahawk,
cruise missile,
guys. Tomahawk
ground scheming, sea scheming, and ground scheming missile that will be able to follow the ground while staying low to avoid enemy air defense and to strike wherever you want on the map, as long as the enemy doesn't have some SHORAD of its own to intercept it.
Sounds great. I mean, that's a lot of units for one single specialization, and there are 8 of them. And as you were mentioning before, the customization system is incredibly deep. So there's such an amount of content in the game. But yeah, you know, those screenshots are really good, but people are still waiting. Some people are still waiting to watch the actual video.
Yeah,
so
give
I
me gameplay,
believe
man.
that we are now ready to give it another try.
Felix.
So shall we try again?
Third time's a charm.
So basically what's happening is Twitch Recap is kind of taking a shit on the Twitch servers, apparently. But now it seems to be okay. So let's watch it again. Let me remove my camera. So this is just the first trailer that, you know, that they've released, but they have 5 more apparently coming in with all of the specializations. I'm guessing they're all cinematic, but the good thing is what you're seeing here, oh fuck's sake. What you're seeing here is basically gameplay without the HUD. Yeah, no, that's not working. Twitch is a dumpster fire right now.
Scheming and ground scheming.
Yeah, as they say here, Twitch Recap is badly impacting the stream. Show gameplay. Yeah. Look at the Osprey when you see the container truck. Alright. Yeah, no, fuck Twitch. Let's just do this instead. Oh yeah, that is a drifty boy right there. That's cool. Alright. We've seen it 4 times now. Looks good. I do like it. There's building destruction as well. The Marines in the back sure pissing themselves. Oh yeah, 100%. Well, they might be used to it.
And we're back.
Yay!
So we couldn't see the comments from the chat, but I can only imagine that they are going crazy. Felix earlier, he spoke a lot about the Marines units. So as you could see in the video, the game is getting there. And those were the Marines, so we have 7 more videos like that planned in order to show you the other specializations available in Broken Arrow. But that's not all that we want to show you today, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely not. This was just the starter.
Yeah, that was the starter. We have the main course coming because we have a 35 minutes gameplay video, so it's really real gameplay. We recorded ourselves playing, not a trailer this time, so you will have the occasion to see the real thing, get your opinion on that.
Yes, it's an adulterated single-player mission from the single-player campaign.
There's a campaign.
So, before we watch it, what can you tell us about this mission?
Well, I think we can start rapidly. Generally, it's a mission with the Marines, so you will see them in action. All the units that have, well, maybe not all of them, or at least a big part of all the units I've described earlier. We will see them in action, see how the playing works and plays. And I think we will comment over the video when something is interesting happening.
Yes.
You do not hesitate to ask questions.
Yes, of course.
I'm here to answer. We'll do that.
All right, so let's start the video and let's watch this single-player mission.
Again,
so,
I'll have this video on my channel with
what are we
good
looking at
quality
right now?
later.
All right. So, well, first thing to mention is that this entire mission has been made with the mission editor, the scenario editor that will be shipped with the game. So everything you see, the camera movements, the cutscene, spoiler, everything you see is made with the scenario editor.
Yeah.
So as a player, you will be able to do that. And also, second disclaimer, as you can see, there are still work in progress elements.
There are some placeholders, but that's fine.
We don't have the voiceover because we record that at the very end, so everything will be voiced that you can read in the game.
So what is the tactical scope of this mission? What is the player going to achieve, and what are the objectives of this mission?
So, you're forcing me to spoil a bit.
Yeah, I mean,
no,
yeah.
The situation is the following. So you have the main Marines force that are waiting, that are in fact willing to land to make a shore assault on this on the peninsula that you can see in the background. The problem is that there is a coastal artillery battery that is preventing them from approaching with the ships, with the landing crafts. So your mission is to destroy this artillery battery. But since it would be very simple to send just send the planes and bomb it, except that's not so simple. There is an anti-air battery protecting the artillery battery. So what's happening is that a group of reconnaissance and infiltration has been sent on the other side of the peninsula to take out the anti-air first. And once it's done, this is the goal. This is the moment to send the main fleet. Once the anti-air and the artillery have been destroyed. So for the moment, it's a mission that is rather early in the campaign. So we're still bringing the players slowly to the mastering of a full big army of troops. So here you start with a few units on a small area, and your objective is to progress through the different building, to move from building to building to get your way through your objectives. And so what this mission is teaching is urban combat here at this moment. You are facing, there was a tank that was just destroyed in a dominant position overlooking a big park, and it's completely suicidal to go head on with a tank, with infantry transports and infantry. So the good way to play, the right way to play is to go around on the left side. You have different buildings that can cover your approach. You can also help these by dropping some smoke with your mortar. You've seen that at the beginning of the video.
Well, they're also doing it now.
No, right now it's the debris of the of the buildings.
Yeah, it's a bit different.
That are taking. For the smoke, it's like it's white phosphorus. So you see the different particles going on the side. Here you see the infantry using their own smoke grenades.
Okay.
So using the line of sight, it's a very important part of the game.
That's literally the live stream. It's also blurry for me. Twitch is having a bit of a dump right now. The servers, that is. So we only have this right now. But I'll repost this after they're done with the stream, because I can download the high quality version. I'll also email them to send me the video, and then I'll post it on my YouTube channel. But this is literally what you're seeing is also what we are seeing right now. It's a bit doo-doo.
That can be used. You see it used again in the middle of the street to block the line of sight and let the unlucky vehicle that took a hit anyway try to go through without being hit.
Well, you know, sometimes things don't go
can try to Twitch.
As you know. And so that's the first part of this mission. So you can see it's infantry progressing from building to building with artillery support, vehicle fire support are also here.
Javelins.
You can see here there is a javelin being used. So top attack
that looks
missile,
so good, man.
It goes in the air and
look at it.
Arrived from the top on the vehicle to inflict the maximum of damage. Because we have a system of...
It looks, you know...
Vehicles have more armor on the front.
Still a bit...
Less on the side, even more on the rear.
Still a bit bad, but maybe a little bit better.
And the top is pretty much inexistent most of the time, with exceptions as usual. So this is the top attack
really
missile.
Promising for sure.
It hits the vehicle on the top, so it ignores the frontal armor.
Look at the bottom left. You can refund units.
Pretty strong.
So if you unload a vehicle, you can sell that unit back and get new units. Yeah, like Twitch, there's not much we can do here. It's a bit doo-doo
pretty
right
strong
now.
unit.
But let's just stick to this.
What can you tell us about the approach to the gameplay, and what kind of realism can players expect from Broken Arrow?
Well, clearly this is
Looks
not
really nice.
a simulation. People expecting a simulation will be disappointed. We're not making a simulation. We're making a game that has a realistic setting. These are all real vehicles, real weapons that are put against
Yeah,
each
dude, look
other.
at the map on the bottom.
But this remains a
Holy
fictional
shit.
war that we're doing, a fictional conflict, because in
Look
fact,
how-
even
look
simply
at the
with
area we're
list of
playing and
units
look how much of
that
the map
you-
is
that
still
you
left.
have. You can have units that
What's up,
have been
Legion?
retired today. Like, oh, I forgot to talk about it earlier, but for instance, the tanks of the Marines, you have the M1A1 Abrams in its latest version, like AVP, HC, stuff like this. But we also included the M60, the old M60 Patton tank. So
Yeah,
in
UI
the
could use
latest
some work.
variant, of course, but this tank was retired after
But I've seen
Desert,
worse, though.
Desert Storm in the 90s. So we have side by side units that have been retired today, units that are prototypes that were tested but cancelled for generally for financial reasons, and also some,
I am gonna pause it
some
somewhere.
units,
Look.
some vehicles. So we have side by side units that
important.
have been retired today, units that are
Let him go back to
prototypes
the deck.
that
No,
were
not that one.
tested.
This one. Look at this. This is really, really important, and I wanted to talk about this before, but I couldn't because NDA. But basically, if you have these kind of vehicles, what you do is you pick the vehicle and then the unit you want in this vehicle, instead of the other way around. So normally you would have Marines or whatever, and then like a vehicle you want them in. You can do it the other way around. So you can have a Sea Stallion be a supply heli. You can have scout snipers in them, Marines, a small team, Javelin team, or Stinger teams. Which makes more sense, right? You're not going to have 17 vehicles available for one squad. You're going to have, you're going to have a vehicle ready at base, and whatever needs it is going to use it.
But
that's just awesome. That's really good.
Which, like having units side by side that never met each other, this is possible too. Each person will really choose in fact, the level of realism they want to put in their scenario, and for us, we are avoiding the most blatant anachronism, but we are not making a historical game. We're not trying to tell a period of history. We are not making a simulation game, even if we have a lot of elements that are very accurate in the game. This is a bonus. This is not our objective. Our final objective is not this perfect accuracy. We want to put the gameplay first. We want to have a game that is enjoyable to play, that is beautiful. These things are really important to us.
Imagine this with
That
mod
sounds great.
support and good
Alright,
community.
so while we were talking about this,
apparently there's a
this
scenario
screening,
and scenario
what
editor.
can you tell us about what's happening on
So,
screen?
One can only wonder what else we can do.
We skipped a bit of the mission, sorry. So what happened? So the anti-air battery, the surface-to-air missile battery has been destroyed, so the player now get access to helicopters because they won't be shot down in the distance. And it's not me playing.
Look at that.
the guy. When I mentioned
the stream looks like mine.
playing, so he's
stream definitely looks
using
like
the
mine
helicopter to snipe the artillery with a Hellfire
But
missile.
I'm seeing the same thing. though.
He could have used an airstrike. There are many possibilities, and at
Map-making
the same
tools?
time conducting
If
an
their engine
assault
supports
with
it,
the amphibious
that'd be really
troops,
sick, yeah.
through the canal.
Wow, I really like this scene.
Oh,
It's
look at
really
the smoke, dude.
Yeah,
really,
by the
really
way,
cool.
you can see here the countermeasures on the helicopters.
that is cool.
Because in the game, you basically, if you're being shot at by a missile and you don't do anything, generally the missile will hit. There is
As a
very
matter of
little
fact,
probability that you
I'm gonna email
be able to avoid it.
the community manager now
unless you
to send
have
me this video.
special jammers or stuff like that on your vehicle.
I'll do it after
that
this
will
stream.
change this.
I just can't wait.
But generally, if you're
I'll
being
post
shot at,
basically
you will
this
be,
gameplay
you will be
video.
hit.
I'll post it on my
But
channel.
there are elements like
probably
the,
tonight,
the
actually,
counter,
so stay
the
tuned for that.
flares, the countermeasures of the helicopters that will allow you to shift the advantage to shift that to your advantage and make the missile miss. But of course,
when is first stream of this title?
Are limited.
What did they say? Yeah, there will be a demo, a playable demo soon. They say in the next couple of months.
Countermeasures.
I don't know, you know, that's quite a long.
Away from
it's quite a long time period, but
that will be.
As soon as that is up, if there's no NDA,
by the way, I really
some,
wanted to mention one element of map design in this specific map that we're looking at.
Good to see you again,
you can see that the map was built with a few landmarks in mind. For instance, here we're seeing a star fort dating a few centuries back, I guess. Which was aimed at protecting the harbor, I would imagine. Absolutely. And yeah, it's really cool that you get to fight around a historical landmark like this.
Yeah, we're basing our maps on real places on Earth to get this good level of realism with them. We also, so the place we're choosing are always places with landmarks. Like here you can see it's a big harbor with the containers, the depot, I don't know how it's called. The place where you put all the containers, storage, I guess. Container storage area.
Mostly.
With
I appreciate it, man.
The cranks to put them in the ships and stuff. We select places that really matter at the scale of the map.
Yes.
Because, well, the fort, it's nice. It remains a small thing. The harbor, it's better. It's big, and we have all the stuff like this, like power plants. We have airport, stuff like that.
Refineries.
Yeah, refinery. They take a lot of space on the map. They are the map, and that was important to have maps that if players have to play and say, oh, let's play on the map with the refinery, they don't have to learn the name or whatever. Yes. Everybody will instantly understand what they're talking about. Because if it's, oh, let's play on the map with the river, with the trees and the roads, that's not so so good.
Well, it's a gimmick, you know. Each map has one. But
yeah,
they can be one like that.
If
I'm gonna spam them after
like
this.
It's not very cool.
Okay.
Here, what you see, it's an
I'll probably have one later tonight.
You've seen the interface. The planes have been selected.
I'll try to make it 4K. If they send me a 4K
player
video,
has defined a strike area. You can define the length, the orientation. So here it's a short strike, so the bombs will land precisely. But if you drag and drop further, the bomb will be spreaded along all this area, and you can orientate it. So if you want your planes to make their attacks coming from one side rather than head-on in the enemy air defense, you can do that, and you will see, here they come. You have your strike. So, well, the objective here was to destroy the building, but it's a really tall building, large. So these are smaller bombs. It's 250 kilograms. So they're not big enough to destroy. But you will see later in the video, there is building destruction. And the bigger the building, the more resilient it is, and also the more troops you can put into it. Like this one, you can have up to 64 guys inside, which means that you can put different squads and mix them all together in this building. And this system works for vehicles too, actually, because let's say you have a giant helicopter. Let's take the biggest helicopter of all. It's the Mi-26, the Russian giant helicopter that can that can carry other helicopters. You can put more than 100 people in this helicopter. So if we were limited to a single squad inside of this helicopter, that would be totally a waste. We have a system of slot of infantry emplacements, and as long as you have free slots in the vehicle, you can put more troops. If there are casualties and you've lost people in a squad, this is taken into account. So let's say you have 20 slots in
a battalion up to some apartment block.
In a vehicle.
So you can have 32 people in an apartment block. That's pretty good.
You have 2 squads of 13 Marines. If they have taken casualties, and you have after that a squad of 9, squad of 10, that would be 19 people.
You can put both.
Yeah, you can put both in the vehicle.
That's really nice.
This is entirely dynamic.
That's really cool. Yep. I mean, it's not taken for granted because not all games do that.
So here, once again, done with the editor, it's a cutscene. So you had the fade to black. Once again, you script the fade to black. You script that you launch a cutscene. So this is a recorded video. That this is an extra. You can record an extract from the trailer that is in there. This will be part of the mission. And you play your trailer, you play your fade, and you're back in the mission. You have cleaned a bit the script in the back to create the new situation, and that's it. You do that with the mission editor. This is our tool, and this is the tool we're providing to the players.
I really like these aerial duels.
Well, here it's a 2-on-2. It's a double duel.
Yes.
Shall we call that a quatuor?
Yeah, we can.
Well, no,
I wonder who is going to win.
They are not playing together.
Yeah.
So, air-to-air combat. So there are several things that you can note. Well, the interface is still a bit placeholder here. We have some missing elements, but the key elements of the air combat is so you can see in the buttons on the right when the plane is selected. You have the possibility to switch the altitude. You have the possibility to activate the afterburner, and you have bombing, striking, stuff like this. And you see here, this plane is changing altitude, for instance. And
I've emailed
the afterburner is
head of PR for this footage. As soon as the stream is done, I'll also DM Felix and ask him for the footage.
The green bar that you can see under the picture of the plane, which is the fuel gauge of this plane.
Yeah, I hope they release a demo soon, man. Like,
reaching a critical
probably
limit.
not December, but January would be nice.
It will evacuate automatically, but you also have the possibility to override that and say, no, don't evacuate, stay on the battlefield until the end. Imagine you're in the middle of a dogfight and you're running out of fuel in 30 seconds. Well, I don't care. if you go away from the turning fight, you will lose. So you prefer to finish this fight, beat the enemy, and
that's
the
a
plane
big part
will
of
be
the
lost.
game. There's lots of ships. The
The
naval aspect is
interesting
huge.
part is that when a plane is being shot down and when it runs out of fuel, there is a probability, which is 100% when you run out of fuel, to generate a pilot. And if you manage to bring back the pilot to the spawn point, which represents your base,
pilots eject.
You will get a refund for some of the cost of the plane. So finishing the fight at the cost of the plane is not totally a loss if you manage to bring back the helicopter. It's creating some micro objectives during the mission that are really nice. Like, okay, here you see there are
look at that,
one pilot on the ground in enemy territory. This will be one of the things that will be done after this moment. Will be okay. Let's send helicopters to save this guy and get the money back.
Yeah, it looks really good.
That creates a dynamic that is based on your performance in the air fight. Okay, so here, what you must do. The enemy fighters have been shut down. There are waves of strike fighters that are being sent to try to shoot at the LCACs, so landing craft, air cushions, so the ships carrying the vehicles to the shore. So you escorted
that's some
them.
Dunkirk level
you make
stuff
a little
right
a little
save the
flyby.
pilots.
Nice.
yeah, you need to move them back to your
a little
base.
show-off flyby next to them.
So if you
really cool.
If you save your pilots, you basically get like a portion of the plane price back.
By the way, you can
so the plane is gone, obviously, but you get some points back, which is really nice. I love that.
WSD, whatever you want. But it can also be attached to a unit. So during the air fight, the camera was attached to the plane.
So it follows the unit.
It follows the unit, and then you can move. You can move around it, and it's also possible to have the camera not moving, but focusing on the unit itself. So this is what was done when moving around the air cushion stuff, because, well, you can create your own little nice shot. It's nice stuff to do when you have a
you can change plane
altitude, helicopter. I can imagine fans going crazy with making nice cinematic videos.
We don't have the sound of the video here, but you have the engine roaring when it's passing next to the camera.
Anyway, don't worry. I mean, everything will be uploaded later on YouTube, so no worries.
I guess. people will have the sound.
Okay, so this will be uploaded
especially
on
the
YouTube.
trailer that maybe some of you guys weren't able to see. No worries, guys. It's going to be uploaded on YouTube in full quality, so no worries if you missed that.
Very
You
nice.
can just pick it up later.
Yeah. So here,
right. So here, all hell is breaking loose.
yeah. Third part of the mission. The landing party has reached the shore. We are moving. So the objective here, there is a peninsula that,
Dude, yeah, send me
that is
those
in
short
front of
movies
us.
when you make them.
The enemy has been dragged by the previous group that was defending the fort, and now your objective is to cut the peninsula in two, trap the enemy troops that were trying to trap yours, and that way obtain their surrender.
Like the artillery,
so it's,
it
as you can see,
looked
the
really,
scope
really
of
insane, like it was gonna kill everything, but look at it, we didn't really lose that much units. They're just kind of stressed, which is good. Like, I don't want it to be overpowered, you know what I mean?
Grab the pilots.
Yeah, just join the Discord or something, and
That's really nice.
And you get
or just DM me on
for-
Discord
for everybody.
when you do have some
So
footage, or anything
This is
really.
creating this
I'm
kind
planning on doing a lot of events for this, maybe like viewer deck games or whatever.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So yeah, so upon landing we have taken some multiple rocket fire from the enemy, which was not a very warm welcome. So
that looked very impressive, by the way.
Yeah, it's like 40 rockets
Yes.
times number of MLRS shooting at you. That's quite a high number of explosions.
Yes.
So progression. You can see once again the smoke being used. The tanks are being threatened by enemy helicopters. So you pop the smoke to be able to break the line of sight, get away from them. And here it's really combined arms. You see, you have the
Thanks, Warfare.
infantry
I
progressing
appreciate that.
through the village from
I'll send you a DM.
House to house. You have the tanks providing fire support, and at the same time you have the anti-air units that are here to protect everyone from helicopters. And this here,
I need to
what's
tell them how
happening
to
is that
stream.
as a secondary objective,
They're
you
using
can destroy
CPU
the,
encoding, but they're doing it
the
really
artillery
badly.
battery that has been welcoming you on the shore. And for that, you can use the Tomahawk missile that are fired from the Alekberg destroyer.
Look at it, that's a cruise missile right there.
That is in the background.
Mhm.
So this is the sea skimming and
Nice.
land
That is so
skimming
cool,
missile. You see
dude.
it passing above the buildings, following the ground, and at the end crashing in the. It's the equivalent of a 500-kilogram bomb landing on you. So
I can see it being very dangerous.
contrary to the popular belief, it's not painful at all. You don't feel it.
Well, I mean, you're just gone in the blink of an eye, I guess.
You're just becoming the atmosphere.
You don't feel anything.
You're just
Don't worry.
pulverized.
So here we go, one more salvo of missiles to make sure they had enough and won't fire at us again. And here we're starting, so we've been in a suburb, we've been going through the village. Now we're starting to enter the big building. It will be really a building-to-building fight. Infantry is really important. As you can see, the maps have open areas, but there are a lot of buildings, a lot of big things. It's really important to position your infantry right, to cover it, to move from one position to the next. You have an ability that you see being used from time to time on infantry, which is a sprint. So you have the possibility to momentarily increase your running speed at the cost of not being able to shoot on the move.
Mm-hmm.
And this allows you.
How long does this sprint last?
Well, several seconds.
Okay.
I don't know yet. It's something we will tweak in the game, but generally it's limited in time. It's not limited in use because, well, you catch up your breath after a minute or two, and you can use it again. On the contrary, the smoke is limited. So what can happen is that you see when the units are getting hit, you see the label starting to flash yellow or red. This is the stress mechanic. So basically when a unit has taken a lot of
Did they say anything
damage
about
or a lot of fire,
able to do multiplayer scenarios?
efficiency is being reduced by a stress level.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, they're gonna have a scenario editor, so I'm pretty certain you're gonna be able to put them on like the workshop or something. So yeah, definitely.
To maintain the formation, and if they are stressed, they are starting to not to crawl, but to kneel a bit, like to move more.
But so you mean like under fire?
Yeah, under fire. When they're under
like
fire,
suppressed.
Yeah, when they're you will see there is like a yellow level of suppression where they're starting to go more slowly, to crouch a bit more. So they gain a bonus of defense for hiding themselves. They make themselves smaller targets, so it's harder to kill them. But on the other hand, they also lose speed.
Yeah.
And at the final level, the red level for infantry, they are crawling on the ground, so losing really a lot of speed. Once again, making themselves a smaller target, so they are harder to hit. But basically, if you're in the middle of a street and crawling, that's over for you. It's no use to try to protect. Oh, the camera almost took a missile in the face.
Then it's game over.
Can we see the camera going down?
If the player gets hit by a missile, it's all guys. Sorry.
You lose game over.
Yes.
So yeah. So when they're crawling in the middle of the streets, it's
missile went crazy.
not really useful to stay there. You will be shot anyway. It will just take a bit
of course.
longer.
Makes sense.
So you have this
I'll add
smoke
you in a
grenades
second.
that are here to, okay, let's block the line of sight of the enemy, and you have the sprint, which can be used defensively as well. Like, okay, we are. I was going to say to swear.
Oh, but please don't. We try to.
We are in a very bad situation here, guys, and so we must get out of here. So pop the smoke, hit the sprint button that allows you to momentarily run, and go back to a safe position where you will be able to recover and go back to the assault. And by the way, we have a system of supplies. You can see here supplies being brought by the helicopters. This is creating the white circle on the ground. So this is supplies. This is not a currency, but this is a resource in the game that you buy, and you can drop it on the ground, and this will rearm, repair your vehicles to avoid having to sacrifice your units. Like what happens if a unit is damaged? So you have two choices, well, three actually. You can send it forward, sacrifice it, but it's not very efficient. You can bring it backward a bit, resupply it, give it back ammunition, a bit of repairs, reinforce the squad in the case of infantry, or you can totally send it back to base, like we showed with the planes and with the helicopters, where you send back the unit to the spawn and it disappears. You get a partial refund depending on the amount of health, of ammunition, of fuel for the planes.
Oh, that
sounds great.
By the way, only planes have fuel. It's not really interesting on vehicles and helicopters to
when you
have them
units
run out of fuel in the middle of the battle.
that are like out of fuel or out of supplies or whatever, refunding them doesn't give you the full price back. So it also depends on how useful that unit still is, which is really smart, because I could already tell you people would just bum rush you with helicopters, refund them, get the full price, and then just do it again. So that's really good.
Really short, like something like 20 minutes maximum. So it really matters only for the planes here. And
so maybe if you have like a transport or infantry, you can unload your infantry and then you can sell the transport. So it basically goes out of the map again, and you can use these resources somewhere else. Kind of like what Warno did. So this is kind of just deter people from like fast-moving empty supplies forward, you know, in a Zerg rush, like in Wargame Red Dragon.
Interesting thing I didn't mention is since we're talking
and it
about
cleans up
supplies,
the map as well.
Critical effects.
Instead of having like a billion empty transports around.
4 types of critical effects that are that are reducing the efficiency of your vehicle when you're getting hit. So it can be the observation part, so the optics, so you won't see the enemy as good or at all if your optics are destroyed. There is the targeting mechanics, so something like the gunner optics, or something like that.
Yeah, dude, the map
that
is
will
massive.
make you shoot much less accurately.
Like,
There is also
I don't know how it looks.
The reloading
yeah, it looks pretty bad on
mechanism
stream.
that can be damaged.
I don't want to like
and so you
pause it when it doesn't
reload
look
slower.
like absolute dog shit. But yeah, it's a bit hard to see here. But the map goes from here. I don't know if you can see my mouse. You should be able to. All the way down to here, and we're only playing on this section here the entire time. Like we had another part in the bottom left corner.
And the final
but
one
the map
is the mobility,
massive,
so you can get track damage or an engine destroyed.
I just hope that
so there are always
in
two
multiplayer
levels.
it's kind
on
of
you can see in the middle there is
they
a
do
vehicle
it in such a
full
way
of
that the
critical
entire
effects.
map is used instead
It's
of
dead now.
You just fighting out in the middle.
Problem solved, I guess.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
Because if they only make you fight in the middle like Wargame or whatever, it's gonna be a waste of a map. It's big and it seems you don't have to stretch out your units too much, like in Wargame. Yeah, absolutely.
The building passes in the way, and the final rockets are hitting the building with a bit of dispersion, and it's sadly the Marines in the building that took it in the face. So yeah, critical effects, they are removed by the supplies. So you put your units in the range of the supplies to remove the critical effect, or in the case of a unit that has mobility critical, maybe it's more interesting to bring the supplies to the unit rather than bring it to the supply.
Thanks for tuning in.
It could take less time.
I was seeing another landing there on the beach.
Yep. So final part of the mission, all the key buildings overlooking the crossroads leading to the tip of the peninsula have been taken. So this is triggering the reaction.
What game is this? This is Broken Arrow.
Of the enemy to fall back from one side, try to pierce the blockade on the other. So here you're between the hammer and anvil, and you must defend from both sides. A second wave of reinforcement is coming with the LCAC that have made the way back. And so, yeah, a bit of a stressful moment. Lav AD, like the anti-air defense, being shot by enemy tanks. So we call the airstrike as a support. These are Harriers equipped with Hydra rockets. So once again, you can see the ergonomics of the stuff. You click, you drag and drop, and the plane will do all the rest. It will align with the strike, shoot. Like here, it's a very long distance that has been made because the tanks are on the move, so you don't really know where they will be when the plane arrives. So it's better shoot on a larger area to be sure to get maybe not a destruction, but at least some suppression. And here the plan, because we discussed about what was happening, the plan is like, okay, let's suppress the tanks with the enemy tanks with the planes. And once they're suppressed, let's send the tank, the 3 Abrams that we can see in the middle of the screen, to finish them, or to at least to engage them with the advantage of being fresh while the enemy are stressed. So here, first rocket pass was ineffective. It was behind, and
those
this
rocket
one
strikes
works
look
well.
good.
The enemy tanks are panicked, they are flashing
I mean,
red,
it looks shit
so
because of the stream,
less
but
accurate,
you get the
aim for
idea.
a longer time, etc.
Again, guys, they will also
And
post
you
this video
send
on their YouTube,
You send
which
the
I will
Abrams
also
tank
then repost
to
with
finish
some
them,
comments and you
here we go.
know some
Finish move.
highlights of the
Finish it.
stream together in one package.
Wrong game. That's
So yeah, once again, all of this footage here will be reposted in high quality.
I would love to see the comments.
Hopefully later tonight,
We're going to check them out
and I'll
later,
post it
but
on my YouTube channel as soon as possible.
So, yeah.
It's looking great.
So that's it. You see, well, the enemy, well, the enemy counteroffensive has been repulsed. The enemy is surrendering on the peninsula. This is a victory. End of the mission. Congratulations, Commander.
All right, so this was simply amazing, Felix. Really, really mind-blowing. For all of you who might have joined late for the stream or who might not have seen the Marines trailer that we showed at the beginning of this stream, no worries. We're going to put everything on YouTube. We're going to put everything on the Steam page.
Very nice.
We're going to put everything on Discord. So no worries. You're going to be able to catch up. You know, it's been a long stream.
Yeah,
and we
a bit
showed a
longer
lot,
than
but
expected.
yes, of course. You know, some things are unexpected, but we got there. Anyway, my point is that there's still a lot to show about Broken Arrow, but this is it. This is it for today because I mean this was just one of the available specializations. There are 7 more. So in the next couple of months, expect more videos, more communication. Of course, soon we'll have the Christmas break, so the team is going to take a dessert break. But I have one last question for you, Felix. How is development going? When can we expect to get the game out in one way or another?
Well, first we will make playtesting. We will have a much broader audience to test the game. We will see what the response will be. Well, so far the response has always been positive, so we hope it will continue like that. In the case something is wrong, like maybe optimization, maybe some ergonomics element, well, we will go back to the work to improve that. We really want to offer a quality product. So I wouldn't promise anything. It will be several months at least to finish the game. Generally, well, you will see it when it comes closer to release. There will be more stuff to show. Everything will go crazy. There will be a lot of stuff to show.
All right,
so it's planned for 2023. We are keeping us a margin to make sure that we release a good game, and it's really no use to give a date if it's to move it or if it's to force us to reach this date and have problems because we do that. So it's better to continue to work at our pace, and when it's really ready, we will have really a heavy hitter and something really good. Well, if you liked what you've seen, you will like the game.
Take your time, guys. Take your time.
That's awesome. So, of course, if you want to know more about Broken Arrow, just follow us on Steam, just follow us on our social media, and please join the Discord channel. We'll be in touch with more news about Broken Arrow in the near future. So don't go anywhere. The game is getting there, and it's going to be amazing. So thank you a lot, Felix. And I want to go back to Marco and the tea room with Julia. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Oh, is the audio gone? No, it's fine, yeah. Yeah, I was muted. Yeah, so I think that was it, because they just finished basically all of the games I wanted to discuss. I will be posting their gameplay footage in high quality as soon as they give it to me. I've emailed. They said post it on their Discord, but we'll see if they actually post a 35-minute video or just a trailer or whatever. So we'll see about that. Yeah, it's looking good. So they had Starship Terran Command, which looks really good. It will also have mod support, scenario editor, and even a map editor. They're also releasing a new environment plus more campaigns very soon. Headquarters World War II is a turn-based strategy game. It has campaigns. It also has multiplayer game, and you can sign up for open beta now. And the Broken Arrow will have a test phase very soon. I hope January, the latest, would be really nice, or February. And the game will release sometime next year. So that's it for that. I do hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you for tuning in today. Also, thank you for the subs, Elfwin and Lewington. And also for the follow, Lewington, and Pius for the donations. Very, very generous. Who knows, maybe I'll have the video ready this evening, but what I'm gonna do is have dinner because I haven't eaten anything this day. Because I just wanted to get this ready. So thank you all for tuning in. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you guys back in the next one. Take care. Enjoy this track because I paid for the license, please. Please enjoy the music. Enjoy the music. I paid for this license. It's quite a banger as well. I'm gonna stick around for this music.